Yeah, I was gonna say, nothing personal, Gabi, just.
It's a right.
I just, they didn't move me. Yeah, we are a little, give them some elbow room too. Oh, no, I don't need, I'll give it, that was left there. No, I don't want that. Yeah, upstairs, yeah. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the open meeting of the Ventura County Community College District Board of Trustees. We just finished a joint meeting with our Personnel Commission, and we're convening to take a time certain item. It's a public hearing on the adoption budget. And after which we will then move to closed session and then reconvene back in open session, hopefully at 7 p.m. So uh, Chancellor, do you want to introduce the item and your team member that will handle the item? The budget. Oh, excuse me, the hearing, I'm sorry. Too much on my mind. At this time, I will open the public hearing on the adoption budget for the Ventura County Community College District. I don't see any speaker cards on this particular item. Michelle, do we have any? Has any been submitted? And or is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak the public hearing? If not, then we will close the public hearing and then take up several related budget items when we reconvene. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Moving into closed session. To discuss three items, 3.01 conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, one case. 302 conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, two cases. And 3.03 conference with labor negotiators, AFT and SEIU. And with that, we will now go into closed session. Everybody ready? Good evening, everyone. And before I begin, I want to apologize to you and the audience here present and viewing for only now getting out here, as opposed to our hope for 7 o'clock reconvening time. But the board was taking care of some serious business, and we're going to continue taking care of some serious business. But due to the late start at this open session, I would just ask all speakers, staff report presenters included, my colleagues, to be, brevity is a wit of wisdom, and to be as succinct as possible while still conveying the essence of your report and or message. So with that, I would ask, who is that sitting in Dr. Selkena's place? John Forbes, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'll begin with 401, a report out of closed session. In closed session, the Ventura County Community College District Board took action to direct the chancellor to execute written settlement agreements with 2 former employees for the release and waiver of all their claims, and in exchange, the district will pay each former employee complainant $50,000. The motion was made by Trustee Lichtel with a second by Trustee Torres. The vote was as follows: 4 yes, 0 no's, no abstentions, and 1 absent due to recusal. Trustee Mantu. With that, we have public comment, item 403, and I have 2 speaker cards in front of me. If there's any, and I'll read their names, and if there's anybody out there that wants to speak, you can approach the podium and turn in a speaker card. First speaker would be Laura Espinosa, followed by Cynthia Salas. Will somebody make sure it's on?
Good evening. I'm Laura Espinosa, Chair of the Santa Paula Latino Town Hall Government Accountability and Economic Development Committee. And I'm here pleased to offer public comment regarding the 2002 Bond Measure S, an unfulfilled promise in 2023. In preparation for our scholarship fundraiser this past weekend, I reviewed my files to capture and focus on our mission towards access to educational opportunities in the Santa Clara Valley. Today, I bring a document that Dr. Larry Calderon, then president of Ventura College, presented to Santa Paula Latino Town Hall in 2003. Still have it. I don't bring it for the content in it. I bring it to highlight, rather, how long Santa Paula Latino Town Hall has been consistent in our efforts to support and help you fulfill the unfulfilled promise. We stand committed to ensure that the voters of this county receive what they were promised. Memories are long, and the limited communication, unless initiated by the community through invitations to our meetings, events, community town hall meetings, leaving our dinner tables to attend the district meetings, academic senate meetings, researching and reading multiple and expensive consultant reports issued by the district, participating in surveys is pretty much a one-way street. We expect more from our elected officials and public institutions. In 2014, LULAC and Santa Paula Latino Town Hall convinced Chancellor Gillespie to bring together a regular monthly meeting. It was there that we brought our best, brightest, and finest to fight for a course roster of transferable classes, a person to lead the East Campus, at least at a dean level administrator position, and to have degree programs that could be fully completed on the East Campus. Later, the Science Lab and Vet Tech program were brought in to increase enrollment numbers. We added additional community members that were brought in at our recommendation. We asked Chancellor McLaren for your personal investment and respect for the Santa Clara Valley community to ensure that we are brought into the major initiative process now and not after the fact. We invite other trustees to join us for assurances that the East Campus moves forward, that aligns with your 21, 20 through 27 strategic plan, ensuring the vision and value statement are not mere words, but turn into a magnificent legacy of the Ventura Community College District. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Cynthia?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cynthia Salas. I'm president of Latino Town Hall. I'm just here to share that as I'm learning from our accountability chair, that many of the committees that make up the process that before reaching the Board of Trustees have supported the effort of this expansion of a community college center in Santa Clara Valley. I would hope that those that sit at the dais would take that into consideration, and also the needs of the students. As we look at the needs of Santa Clara Valley alone, many of the students that would benefit from this, the families, the jobs created, as well as careers generated. In a time where there is a dire need for mental health professionals, there are over millions of dollars available to create programs over the vast time of about 10 years, if I remember what I read today correctly, would serve not only the students of the Valley to secure careers in that profession, but it also would be paid forward to community members in the form of mental health services. I support the needs of the students within the HSI institution, Hispanic Serving Institution. And I know that as an eligible Hispanic serving institution, meeting the needs of students is one of the priority and requirements. I would love to come back at a different meeting and see this be an item that will be voted upon by the Board of Trustees and have a positive outcome for the students of Santa Clara Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to read out changes to the agenda. Item 11.04 has been pulled from tonight's agenda. Item 17.08 is in addition to the originally posted agenda regarding approving a one-time payment to non-represented employees. And there were three changes. Items 1706, 1707, and 1708. Those are actions to approve anticipated tentative agreements. The words requires 2/3 vote has been stricken from those items. And change of place tonight, colleagues, that when we get to the consent calendar, at that time, we'll be able to consider. Item 501, acknowledgement of new employees. Chancellor, I believe you have what address just mentioned. Well, let me back up. It's been our recent practice that there are members that will be presenting tonight from staff that will acknowledge and call out the new employees.
Who will like?
My mic was silent. Acknowledgement of new employees will be recognized in various staff reports. as will be recognition of college district retirees. And I don't see any. If my colleagues see any special guests or recognitions, we have none formally on the agenda, which takes us then to 601, classified Senate presidents consultation. And who would like to begin? Linda, you've been identified.
Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, Board of Trustees and guests. I would like to, one item for consultation, and that's 5.01, the recognition of our new employees at Moore Park College, Chris Scardino, Instructional Lab Tech 2, Chemistry, Michelle Pereira, Mental Health Therapist, Michelle Wang, Administrative Assistant. I'm going to probably mess up this name, but Nigat Shah, Student Services Specialist, International Students, and Rowella Stolfka, Financial Aid Data Specialist, and that's a promotion for her.
Good evening, Sergio Arana, Classified Senate President for Oxnard College. I'd like to acknowledge item 5.01, and we have Claudia Casares, our new Child Development Assistant at Oxnard College. And I'd just like to say we're excited to expand the program there. That's all.
Good evening, Alexander Rockfordell, Classified Senate President, District Administrative Center. I'll save 5.01 for my report later. That just leaves one item, which is 13.05 recommend action to approve establishment of a purchasing specialist at the District Administrative Center. Thank you.
And is April not in the room, or is she on Zoom? Okay, thank you. Academic Senate residents consultation.
Good evening, Matthew Morgan, Moore Park College Academic Senate President. I'll follow suit and save the welcomes for my report as well. Otherwise, nothing to report for consultation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dolores Ortiz, OC Academic Senate President. I would like to acknowledge 5.01 new employees and extend a big OC welcome to Antonio Ortiz, a new engineering faculty, Brittany Huerta, a new earth science faculty, geology, I believe, Carl Schwab, EMT, emergency medical technologies, John David Likens, addiction paraprofessional training, and Rachel Ulrich, biological sciences. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Alex Klesnik, Ventura College Academic Senate President. We've got a whole bunch of new faculty at Ventura College. I won't bother reading all their names, but I am happy that a lot of them are just down the hall from me in our science building. So glad to welcome them all.
Thank you. 701 College Associated Student Government Reports. Student Trustee, would you like to introduce?
Good evening, Judah Robinson, Moore Park College, Director of Student Advocacy. I just wanted to quickly highlight a couple of things that were posted on the agenda. We have National Hispanic Heritage Month coming up, and at Moore Park, our students want to celebrate because our staff and students make up a large, the Hispanic population makes up a large part of our college family. And so we're hosting various events throughout this month to celebrate. Starting on September 20th, we have a kickoff event, and we have various guest speakers throughout this month. And we also have an art gallery featuring an alumni of Moore Park College, and his art highlights his experience as a Mexican-American in America. And he also will be coming to speak as well to our students. And our student activities office is also hosting various student registration or student voter registration events over the course of the next month to help increase voter turnout. We've partnered with various non-partisan organizations to help make these events happen.
Sure, real quickly, please.
College, I have to say that I noticed in the notes that you submitted, that you took a stance on portion of AB 1705. Which we're going to be looking into this in December. So I'd love to be able to hear from the students in terms of your position and not banishing some of the courses that you need in order to really be successful at the transfer level. So I was very impressed as I was reading your report and seeing the students mobilized and being able to take on stance on something that is really important and that we definitely want to hear your input. So in December, the colleges are going to be presenting to the board on AB 1705. And maybe perhaps it could be an opportunity also for the students to also present their perspectives during that time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
ASVC President Markov.
Hi, Board of Trustees. I just wanted to give you a little bit information about what our organization is working on. So our internal accomplishments are as follows. We finalized all fall 2023 programming, and that was decided on September 5th. So that was just recently. We updated the timeline of our events with careful consideration of the time and place. We also finalized our budget. That was on August 22nd of this year. And we discussed, reviewed, and we voted on the budget submitted. So that has been finalized for our Intercup Council and for our ASVC General Board Fund. We are also working on a special project to create goals that were proposed by our Board of Directors. And those are student-centered goals with comprehensive action steps, short-term goals, long-term goals. And this is an ongoing project to develop more inclusive opportunities to students, establishing increased campus culture, and to prioritize holistic student development. We're also planning to attend the General Assembly with Seesaw. That's the California Community College Student Affairs Association, and that conference will be held October 26th to 29th. And I'd also like to welcome, we have 4 new board members to ASVC. We have Princess Balderas. She's our Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. We have Kevin Rangel for Director of Student Clubs and Organizations. We have Andres Escobedo. He's the Director of East Campus. And we also have our Director of Community Relations. And my last part of my report is just new information. So due to research conducted with our Ventura College Institutional Effectiveness Team, as well as our new budget limitations, we have intentionally modified our schedule to reflect current enrollment data to provide engagement to the most students possible. Our team has worked together to create effective and streamlined programming with the new information that we have to redesign the new fall 2023 programming for Ventura College students. We're also waiting for the deadline of September 15th to access our updated budgetary information on our trust accounts, such as Interclub Council and ASVC General Fund. Thank you.
OCASG President Kay Palacio.
Kay Palacio, Oxnard College ASG President. In celebration of Constitution Day, we will be handing out constitutions to the students, host a brief presentation, and have a fun Constitution Jeopardy game on September 18th. Moreover, since we have determined that the food insecurity is one of the biggest concerns, not just in our campus, but also district-wide, Oxnard College ASG allocated a portion of our funds to Feed the Condor, where we bring food on campus. Our Condor Cafe is now serving delicious hot food and coffee. So we will be bringing back our meal voucher program, where students can get a voucher with a certain dollar amount and they can spend it on our cafe. That way we can support our culinary students as well. We are also planning a trip to the Cheech Museum and a campus picnic on September 25th in celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. In terms of advocacy, 2 of our officers will be attending the DEIA Summit in San Diego on the 21st. And we will also be attending ASGA Summit on Washington, D.C. on the first week of October. Lastly, I am planning a mental health resource fair along with Oxnard College Student Health Center. I invited different departments and programs throughout campus. I also invited local community resources so students can familiarize themselves with like amazing resources around them. That's it for me. Thank you.
And student trustee, if you want to give your report now?
No.
No, okay, thank you. That takes us to 7:03 AFT report. Michael?
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chair Perez, Chancellor McLennan. On behalf of the AFT Local 1828, I would like to thank you for working collaboratively with our negotiating team over the past few weeks to find a way to reach a tentative agreement on the changes to Article 4. With such an abbreviated window of opportunity, finding a path forward together could have proven insurmountable. However, thanks to the hard work of your chief negotiator, Joey Sanchez, Vice Chancellor Barroso, and the rest of your negotiating team, we were able to make we were able to find some areas of common ground from which to build this agreement. We believe we have addressed the concerns of both sides. When dealing with issues like health benefits that have such a profound impact on our members' lives, it's often difficult to put emotions aside and focus on solutions. However, we are confident that we have put before our membership what represents a solid compromise. We can report that our membership began the ratification process this morning at 8 o'clock and voting will close at 11:45 p.m. on Thursday, September 14th, at which time our chief negotiator, Nathan Cole, will update you with the results of the ratification vote. As always, thank you for the opportunity to report to the board.
Thank you, and thank you for those words of appreciation to our team. SEIU report.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor McLennan, Maria Brenda, Chief Steward, reporting on behalf of SEIU tonight. We have reached a tentative agreement with the district last week. We hosted ratification meetings on Monday to discuss the TA as well as conduct a ratification vote. The voting concluded today at 5:30 p.m. and we reported to the Chancellor and the VCHR, Barroso, that the membership has voted in favor of the TA by over 90% of those voting. And therefore, we agree to the conditions to move from CalPERS Medical to CISC. We are looking forward to open enrollment, working with our wonderful broker Burnham Benefits, the wonderful HR benefits staff, and CISC to ensure a smooth transition for our members. We also remain committed to maintaining sustainable health benefits to be able to secure additional available resources to redirect them to ongoing salary and other compensation. To that end, we look forward to the wages and health benefits reopener for 2024-2025. We would also like to comment on the Joint Personnel Commission and Board of Trustees meeting held earlier today, and would like to thank the board for requesting this important session. It has been several years since we've had the opportunity to have a joint meeting, and as we have new personnel commissioners as well as newly elected board members, this was a truly valuable experience. The Personnel Commission is responsible for the establishment of classifications and the hiring process for classified staff in our district. And again, we appreciate the board for facilitating this informative meeting. Being able to collaboratively work with this administration has led us to be successful in many ways. For example, being able to quickly negotiate tentative agreements, such as the one before you today, as well as the ability to have robust discussions, is imperative to that success. There are, of course, situations where as a union, we will not agree, and we will voice these concerns and those concerns in various forums. SEIU was able to voice such concerns at the Admin Services Council, the Personnel Commission, and at Chancellor's Consultation Council regarding item 1306, the Director of Training and Organizational Development. We raised concerns about the establishment and approval of the new HR position that is a senior level, highly paid position in which consultation with SEIU was not done beforehand. Historically, SEIU has consistently had concerns with top-heavy organizations, and we would have welcomed additional conversations before this item was fast-tracked to be on a board agenda. Our members, whose main responsibilities are student-facing, have always questioned such high-level positions as they are often short-staffed and could benefit from additional classified positions those resources could attain. Being fully staffed would allow us to best serve our students, support management, and faculty. We understand the need for the duties this position requires. However, a more in-depth conversation regarding the process was needed before we addressed the various meetings in which we mentioned. As we value the rapport and continued collaboration with this administration, we have had meetings since then to discuss how we as a union and district leadership will move forward. These latest conversations have been very positive and have paved a way for us to agree to basically disagree about this while yet maintaining respect and collegiality. We would like to thank VCHR Barroso and Chancellor McLennan for ensuring that clear communication and transparency on both sides remains at the forefront of all concerns we both may bring to each other's attention in the future. Lastly, we would like to thank our members for continuing to ensure the power of our union remains intact and for being attentive to meetings and the ratification process. It was a very short window and we did it. We did it together. We would also like to thank the management team for their engagement and respect for the timeframe and constraints we were all under. We all came together for this. Thank you to the board in advance of the approval of the board agenda item 1707, the tentative agreement for SEIU tonight. This move ensures financial sustainability for health benefits and wages and other operating costs so that we as a district can continue to be able to offer our students the best services and assistance in their educational endeavors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 705 classified Senate reports, Moore Park College.
Hello again. Just a brief report on my part. And I just want to add to what our Associated Student Rep mentioned regarding Latinx Heritage Month at Moore Park College. Just wanted to extend an invitation for you to hopefully attend some of our events that are planned for this month and to highlight a couple of presenters that are going to be presenting during our this month. Rafael Agustin, author of Illegally Yours, will be returning to our campus to give a talk to our students about his experience as an undocumented student. He did an amazing keynote presentation at our convocation day in August, and his book has been designated as our book for our One Campus, One Book this year. So we are looking forward to having him back on campus. And another highlight speaker will be Jessica Salgado, who is a two-time National Poetry Slam finalist. And she writes about her family, her culture, and her city. She's based in LA. And then also, I would like to just acknowledge our work group for putting together this amazing lineup for Latinx Heritage Month. Marnie Melendez, Josefa Vaca, Monica Garcia, Kirstel Salas, Patty Coleman, Laura Maldonado, Cynthia Osuna, Gina Pillay, and Kristen Robinson. We all came together and put these events. So hopefully you're able to join us on one of these days. And you can find the calendar on our Latinx webpage on our website. And then another thing too is to invite you to our gallery so you can see the amazing work of our MC alumni, John Galan. Hopefully you're able to make it to the reception that is scheduled for September 21st at 6 p.m. in our admin building art gallery. He has some amazing work. And if you're able to come out and check it out, you'll get a little sense of maybe comparing it to Frida Kahlo's work. And other than that, I just would like to add that Moore Park College has joined the Caring Campus Initiative. We had our kickoff leadership meeting session on August 23rd, and we have our 2 coaching sessions scheduled with our classified professionals on September 21st and October 5th, and we're looking forward to participating in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College, Sergio.
Good evening again, Sergio Arana, Oxnard College Classified Senate President. Short report. It's been a great first month of the semester, very busy all around campus. Classified held our first regular meeting today. We had a very special guest, our very own Dolores Ortiz, give us a short presentation on some of the history of Hispanic Heritage Month and other related historical events. We discussed some of the proposed changes in our PG manual, the VC major initiative, and started planning our goals for the year. We encouraged classified to attend some HSI week events going on around campus and other upcoming professional development opportunities. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the District Administrative Center, Alex.
Thank you, Chair. We'd just like to congratulate Renee Knight on being promoted to Purchasing Specialist and welcome Sean Healy, our new Senior Programmer Analyst, to the Enterprise Applications and Development Team. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. 7:06 Academic Senate reports. Moore Park College. Matthew.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee, chancellor, colleagues, and guests. In an effort to maintain open lines of communication between faculty, administration, and classified, we have had guest speakers from Dean Bespalov, VPSS Databoy, VPAA Forbes, President Sokanu, and have scheduled an invitation for Classified Senate President Resendez to speak with us at Academic Senate Council. After extensive collegial consultation, Senate moved to recommend the discontinuance of placing students in the business calculus prerequisite in order to comply with AB 1705 guidelines. Senate voted to recommend using the core inquiries and updated Moore Park College mission statement documents that were subsequently presented to the ACCJC. We are in the early consideration process of a proposal by A&R to change the way the EW is handled. Finally, we have ratified our new faculty prioritization process. It will contain an auto-populated set of criteria designated as objective and a set of criteria designated subjective for prioritization members to complete on their own. Once both sets of criteria are completed, the data will automatically be tallied in one central location for assessing final results. Many thanks to the team at IR, who are a tremendous help as the work group modified and eventually provided a proof of concept model for us to consider. This new process will be a bit more streamlined. And finally, I'd like to welcome Amanda Stansberry from EDM, Jorge Inguez from Biology, Julia Domenech from Geology, Shamora Drummond from Ethnic Studies. We're really grateful to have them on board with us. And one last note, we were able to elect Marnie Melendez as our new SEA Standing Committee co-chair, and we're very happy to have all co-chair seats filled now from the faculty side. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College, Dolores.
Thank you. Good evening. OC Academic Senate enthusiastically funded 2 faculty projects for the fall. Dr. Selena Benavides Black and Jose Maldonado will present at this year's California Community College Association for Occupational Education conference. They are sharing their research on best practices serving Latinx students in online courses and how to foster student sense of belonging in online environments. And we look forward to them also presenting on campus. OC Academic Senate also reviewed and passed the OCPG manual recommended changes. In a truly collaborative and transparent effort, a work group met regularly over the summer. This work group was comprised of myself as the ASP, current Classified Senate President Arana, former Classified Senate President Amparo Medina, ASG Director of Student Life Angel, the VP of Business Services Chris Rembarger, and VPAA Luis Gonzalez. These changes took into account the information gained in the spring 2023 from ASCCC consultation. So we are very happy to pass those changes. And also I was happy to accept the invitation to attend today's OC Classified Senate meeting to present on the history of Hispanic Heritage Month, and was lucky enough to be able to leave there with all the goodies and celebration and walk out into the OC HSI kickoff event for HSI Week. The event was Loteria and Pan Dulce with the deans. Was very fun. And the Academic Senate also looks forward to supporting ASG organized Hispanic Heritage Month events, as well as next month's Undocumented Student Action Week events. Thank you.
Thank you, Ventura College, Alex.
Thank you. I did submit a late written report, but I also will add that we also did pass in our Senate meeting our core inquiries response from the college. So we look forward to the visiting team coming to our campus in a few weeks. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 707, President's Reports. Calling you again, John, Moore Park College.
Big thank you to my colleagues, Judah, Linda, and Matthew already for a number of items. I want to highlight yesterday in remembrance of our Patriot Day at 9/11. Members of the student organization from the high school at Moore Park College, along with our Veterans Center, set up a memorial of a few thousand flags of the lives. So, and then a very solemn moment of silence at the flagpole yesterday morning at 9:03. Constitution Day coming up, and a number of things that have already been mentioned in celebration of that, but also getting the word out into action. And so as it's been mentioned already, there's going to be a number of things going on, but I like to highlight that on Monday, September 18th, either at 9 or at 5, you can show off your knowledge as you play Constitution Citizen Day bingo. So if you want to come on out, but we'll also have constitutions that hand out. And then on the 19th, so we're going to make a little bit longer week out of it. The partnership has been mentioned already with really an outreach to students to register to vote and to engage students that then turn of age to be able to vote. And so we think that's great to get more and more students involved in their community in that way. You have at the dais there invitation. It's in an envelope unmarked there, but you can open that up whenever you want. But EATM, so the Exotic Animal Training Management Program, signature program at Moore Park College, celebrating 50 years. And so there's a number of different events there connecting with alumni. Definitely invited and to participate in that. And then finally, we were asked to, in our report, talk about head count analysis and what are enrollments looking like. And so there's a page that I'll let you read there, but I'm someone that loves to dig a little bit deeper into the numbers. And it's interesting, not only do we have a year over year at Moore Park College 10% increase in head count, but if you look at certain demographics prior to COVID are actually higher right now. And those are in our Latinx population and below 20. So believe it or not, age-wise below 20 right now, we're now higher than we were in fall of 2019. There's a lot of efforts going on. It's hard to put your finger on just one thing, but I have to give a lot of credit to the staff at Moore Park College for sense of belonging, outreach to students, increase in dual enrollment, and making the pathways really clear for the quality of program that they can have. So that's my report for this evening.
Thank you. Oxnard College. Oscar.
Good evening. In front of you are two newsletters from EOPS and Title V. Newsletters from EOPS and our Proyecto Éxito or Title V grant. So they're doing some amazing work, and this is something they share with our campus community and the larger community. I do want to mention just a few items tonight. First of all, Oxnard College proudly hosted a mental health suicide prevention conference today. We had over 300 participants, over 20 different community organizations, nonprofit organizations in attendance. It was a wonderful event. So kudos to our Student Health Center for working closely with Ventura County Behavioral Health and Ventura County Office of Education to do such an amazing event for our community. Secondly, I want to highlight our paralegal program. They recently received certification from the American Bar Association, which is a very rigorous process and makes our program very marketable for our students and gives more employment opportunities for our students. So thank you so much to Professor Evan Hess, Tina Knight, Dean Rodriguez, Luprecio for all their hard work in that initiative. I sent you all an invitation to our ribbon cutting event. That's going to be for our Ed French Apparatus Bay, and I'm hoping you're able to attend. It's on Wednesday, September 27th at 2 p.m. It's something that our program is very proud of, to have this space where we can store our equipment for such an amazing program at Oxnard College. So we're hoping that you're able to attend that. Also, I want to note that Oxnard College is a proud sponsor of this year's Ventura County AIDS Walk. That's going to be on Saturday, October 28th. Another event to come out and support, it will include, the route will include Oxnard College. And what's interesting, well, it's very important this year because we are seeing a surge in HIV rates in the county, and especially in the areas of South Oxnard, around Oxnard College. So making sure that we have that advocacy in that community is very important. So we're welcoming that event. So thank you so much.
I saw that press release regarding the law program. Congratulations. Ventura College, Dr. Hoffmans.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. So I am going to keep it brief. Most of my comments are in our report, but we were asked to highlight our enrollments, which are exciting. We're very happy to report an 11% increase in our enrollment this fall semester as compared to last year. And then we have 20% increase in our dual enrollment. And our ethnicity percentage balances are roughly the same. We have 66% of our students that are Latino. We have 22% that are white and 6% that claim multiple ethnicities. So that's very exciting. We continue to have the majority of our students under the age of 24, around 70%. So as a district, we're on the uptick, which is fabulous. Not all colleges are. And so I think a lot of it is due to the excellent enrollment management from our vice presidents and working together. And then we also have our district-wide enrollment management committee too, where we can work together collaboratively to support our district as a whole. And I think that all of those things are doing some really good work and making these numbers go up. Other things I wanted to mention, we had on Friday a celebration regarding our HSI, and we had a summit, and we had a fabulous speaker, Dr. Will Del Pilar, and he really brought a lot of the data to us showing how California fares nationally with regards to supporting our students, or particularly our Latino students, in achieving their completion of degrees, certificates, and persistence. And it's great to get the information, and there is a trend up. However, in California, we like to do things better, but we're not meeting the expectations nationally that we expect. So all of our hard work, we're making a difference, but it's not enough yet. And some of the numbers that I thought I'd share with you, one of the gaps, because we've been focusing a lot on particularly our men of color and their success, but the gap in 2-year degree for Latino men, they're complete at 17.4% as compared to our white men who complete their associate degree or higher at 52.4%. So that's a big gap that we want to close. I was happy to see Ventura College on one of his list of statistics as one of the highest colleges. We were the 4th highest in California for graduation rates. So that was good. I was glad for that. We're trying to do our part, but obviously we have a long way to go. And then the last thing I just wanted to recognize, we have a new person on our team. James Vega is our acting vice president of business administrative services, and we are very excited to have him. Zavas, is that not what I said? I'm sorry. I'm trying to speak fast so we can get through the agenda. Anyways, James Zavas, we're really happy to have him. I know you all know him, but we're excited at Ventura College to welcome him to the pirate ship. So that's all I have for my report.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. That brings us to 7.08 board committee reports. And we only have the report from the Administrative Services Committee. Trustee Mantu, I believe you chaired that.
Thank you, Chair Perez. As you will recall, Trustee Torres and I are co-chairs of this committee, and we trade off the responsibility for facilitation. In this last meeting on August 23rd, it was my turn. It was an uncharacteristically lengthy meeting, nearly 3 hours. Because we had some very interesting and robust items on the agenda. Obviously, a copy of the draft minutes have been provided, but I wanted to highlight the fact that we did receive information on a potential bond measure with regard to timelines, milestone events, and other logistics, taking us up to a possible 2024 general election bond measure. That was informational. Also, we voted to move forward for fiscal year 24 adoption budget for all funds of the district, which is on tonight's agenda. As usual, we deliberated over and had discussion on a number of personnel items, which are also on that agenda. And lastly, received information on the migration of health benefits, potential migration of health benefits from the CalPERS system to CISC. Anything I missed, trustee Torres?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're at the agenda item 8, approval of consent calendar. Does anyone have any items to be pulled?
Trustee,
Trustee
excuse me,
Lichtel?
Chair Perez, did we skip the past committee report?
Oh,
So our past committee did meet and like Board Member
Ah.
Mantooth and Torres, Mr. Chancellor and I, we do kind of share the duties. And so if you don't mind, Josh, I'll go first and just saying that there were 2 items that we took on at length, and I appreciated the work of Dr. Herrera and her team from IT and so forth. John Coney, data specialist, who presented data on the enrollment process. And we had some specific questions related to how our students were selecting courses based on whether they were hybrid or whether they were selecting courses that were in seat on campus. There's been an ongoing discussion from the board whether or not we're offering courses in the best manner that meets the needs of our students. And I recall the number was close to 90% of our students voted affirmatively that the courses that they signed up for for the fall semester did meet their needs, and it was the course and the style of course, whether it was online or in class, that they would have selected. And so I think that gave us at least the opportunity to reflect a bit and continue to assess how we're offering courses, but it was a move in the right direction. I don't believe that myself, and I won't speak for Mr. Chancellor, but maybe I will. I do believe that we both feel that the topic does require continued discussion and consideration as we move away from COVID. And we believe anecdotally from discussions with students in the community that more and more students are seeking opportunities to be on campus. And so if that's not the case ultimately, then it's great that we can offer the courses however our students want them and need them. But again, I appreciated the work that went into the report that was presented at the past committee meeting. And then we spoke at length about the accreditation process. Do you want to share anything related to either one of those? And again, it seems that the accreditation process is going very well. And again, appreciate the work that's been done in that sense. Mr. Chancellor?
Thank you, Trustee Lichtel. Yeah, I do want to commend the efforts to conduct the survey and to bring the data back to us. Post that meeting, I've done a lot of discussion with some experts in surveys and this and that, and I've actually received a lot of suggestions. And one of that is to have a goal of seeking more than 11%. I know that we did receive 11%, but another one was when you receive data from that is voluntary, only the students that are voluntarily taking the survey, that data may come out differently if you're asking all students to complete the survey before they're able to register or something like that. So there's a number of points I'd like to give input on, but I'll save that for our next planning, accreditation, and student success committee meeting.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to overlook the past committee's work. Thank you. All right. Okay. Do any of my colleagues want to pull any consent items from the agenda? Yep. Go ahead, Trustee Chancellor.
13.06, action to approve the establishment of Director of Training and Organizational Development position at the District Administrative Center.
Point of order, if I could.
Yes, sir.
And perhaps out of sync with where we are with the meeting. But I know that last meeting, we had this item placed during the first part of the meeting under 1.03, I think it was. And if it's an appropriate time to do so, I would like to suggest that we keep this item there under 1 in order to give board members who were not aware of an item being pulled some time to review the item and maybe prepare some of their own questions. And again, it's just an ask from the standpoint of effectiveness and efficiency. And if this is the right time to ask it, I'll put that out there for your consideration.
Okay, yes, thank you. And I heard you express that before. Tonight I mentioned in the interest of moving things forward, I was gonna ask this time. So if I'm hearing no other items to be pulled, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar except for item 1306?
Second.
Moved by trustee Torres, seconded by trustee Mantooth. Student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Board of Trustees, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you. Item 1306, trustee Chancellor.
The right page here. Always comes up quick. One of the questions I had is in the beginning on the item, I'm missing that page in the booklet, but online where it has the actual item. It says the establishment of a dedicated director of training and organizational development position is being proposed with the intent to offer additional support to faculty, management, and classified employees throughout the district. When I look at the qualifications and background that this employee shall have, it sounds like an HR position. Somebody that is well-versed in HR practices and on that. And I'm unclear how this position is going to support our faculty and even management on the student services side or anything out of HR practices that have to do with students in particular. And I know everybody's working towards the goal of students, but that's one concern of mine. So I was just curious on that. And then I had another question as well.
Do you want to present that other question now, and then we, if necessary, repeat it out, but give staff or the chancellor time to maybe, unless it's
I got
totally separate from your.
Yeah, it's separate.
Okay. Chancellor, who do you want to address respond to that question?
Sure, I'll ask Vice Chancellor Barroso. I will just set it up in slightly to help get it started. The board will recall in the discussion of my goals, the draft goals I presented to the board, that organizational leadership development, capacity building, management, especially mid-level management, training and development. I don't know if I said onboarding already of employees and an effective way to bring them into the organization and give them the best chance of being successful was something that thematically arose throughout several district-wide meetings throughout the fall semester, joint cabinet meetings at each of the cabinets. And it was one of the items, the so-called big rocks that were presented to the board at the February 4th board meeting. And it's not unusual for this type of a position to live in human resources from an organizational development perspective. So if it looks like that, it's intentional, but it's intended to be a district-wide position in all the areas that I mentioned. So just with that introduction, turn it over to Vice Chancellor Barroso.
Yeah, and I think from a classification perspective, Andrea, do you want to comment on that?
If we're to answer the question regarding the classification and the duties, it is meant to be a human resources position, the way that the duties are written. And it's meant to encompass organizational development, like an actual organizational development strategy, as well as training, coaching, and liaisoning with not only management, but also faculty. So this really is meant to be a training in terms of a human resources position.
Guess it just seems odd to me that if we're going to ask this person to train faculty and management on the student services side in this, and they don't have a background with teaching, curriculum development, anything to do with students, because in theory, looking at this job description, it could be somebody outside of education that comes in. And that would be really difficult if I were in the shoes of a vice president or a faculty member, academic senate president, somebody coming in without an education background in higher ed or community college to then come in and train me in this position. I do remember my second question, and it's more a reflection, is a lot of what I see in this position is the trickle down effect. I don't know if that's a correct way, is Chancellor McLennan, your leadership to your presidents and your cabinet, and I'm instilling that down. And I know I totally am supportive of the idea of the onboarding and a centralized system or purpose to do what you're describing. But a lot of what that I read in here, I really feel should be the management or supervisor of the person that quote unquote needs that training. So if somebody comes in at dean level and there's a growth opportunity there, that vice president should be able to do that, in my view. That vice president then needs added support. It should be the president to instill that, and so on and so on. So I'm having a hard time to seeing that connection. So those are my two concerns with this position. And I'd also think it's appropriate to get a response with some of the concern that came up in admin services and from SEIU in the sense of the rushing of this, or the breakaway from typical protocol to seeking input from all constituent groups.
So I can answer I'm sorry, Chair.
No, I was just going to say thank you.
I'll answer the second part. Would you like to tackle the first part of that?
Sure. You first.
Sure.
I think one of the things I notice, Trustee Chancellor, is that particularly when we look at internal promotions. So we have, and this is true in many organizations, where you have somebody who's such a good employee, very technical employee, and because they're so good, they get promoted to a supervisory position. They get in that position and they know how to do the job of the person they're supposed to supervise, but there's a gap between the leadership, supervisory competencies, and that of where they were at as a technical expert. And so I think that gap is what we're trying to train to. Along with that, you have faculty who tend to promote to deans, then deans to VPs. And we have very competent administrators in our different campuses and at the district. But there is opportunity for some development there, including for me, for the chancellor. We recently attended a training where managers were there, presidents, vice presidents, deans, and it was very effective. There's always something that can be learned. And so I think the intent of this position is multiple. One is to be able to have difficult conversations with senior leadership about what they're noticing maybe at their campuses in terms of skill gaps. This person will be conducting some training, they'll be coordinating training. What we want is some uniformity and consistency across the campuses as well. And so I think this particular position will help bridge some of the gaps that we're seeing in terms of that consistency.
I'll just add, if I may, that this is a very complex organization with complex collective bargaining agreements, legal requirements, and to Vice Chancellor Barroso's point, while people either achieve these positions based on their backgrounds and experiences, or they're promoted into them internally, they clearly, given some of the issues that we've been dealing with over the last at least year, even since I've been here, there are some thematic development things that we need to be doing in a bigger, more consistent way with our management level folks. And this is really, frankly, we're missing something without this position being here. I was recently had the opportunity to serve on a panel discussion with other college presidents at College of the Canyons for I would call it a best-in-class leadership development program. This leadership program invites a cohort of employees at all levels throughout the organization for a year-long leadership development program. I would say there were no less than 50 people in 7 or 8 cohorts in this leadership program. And I won't go into all the details of it. We were the culminating panel discussion with these folks, and the president of the college was in attendance. What was interesting is they have a full-time employee on staff solely developed, dedicated to this particular leadership program. That's how important the value they're putting into developing staff and management level folks for fulfilling the mission of the institution. And with respect to the comments that this was rushed, or that it was not here today, and all of a sudden it was here, as I mentioned in my earlier comments, this really arose thematically over the course of a year-long conversation for a matter of process that we go through for creating positions at the district administrative center. The creation of this position was no different than other positions that were created. I asked and answered that question in the Administrative Services Committee. We do occasionally, and there are other positions, frankly, that are on the agenda tonight that the same process was followed without consultation in this case for those positions. But there are occasions where we do consult, and I'll ask Vice Chancellor Barroso to maybe talk a little bit about that.
Sure. I think in particular with the union. So as an example, we recently established or the commission established a position for HR specialist, the classified position. In that particular one, we did consult with the union because it was going to have a designation of confidential, meaning they wouldn't be represented. And so in instances like that, we absolutely have to consult. But I would like to speak a little bit more about the process, if that's okay, Chancellor McLennan. At the District Administrative Services Center, so this office, when we have a need or when a manager identifies a need, we do have a meeting where the Vice Chancellor, the Associate Vice Chancellor, the Chancellor and myself will sit in a room and we'll talk about the needs so that we're all on the same page about what's going to be prioritized. So that took place. The next thing that took place is that the Personnel Commission then developed the job description, which was approved by the hiring manager. In this case, it was me and the Chancellor. And then from there, it went through the typical process, admin services, consultation council, and finally here to the board. Due to timing, that's why it went to admin services before it went to the commission. The commission meeting was the next day. And as you heard earlier, it was approved by the commission. What I would like to highlight, and I think you touched on that, Dr. McLennan, is that the same process that occurred for your item 13.5, which was just approved, it was the same process with the exception that the purchasing specialist is a classification that had already been established. So we followed the same process. There's a lot of discussion. And so I'm pretty confident that this followed the right process as typical for our district.
Thank you. I was going to say Trustee Chancellor mentioned it would be good to hear from the Admin Services Committee, and I agree with that because I view the committee doing the work of the heavy lifting of any agenda item in front of it. So, Trustee Torres.
So one of the things that we look in the Admin Services Committee is we look at positions that we differentiate. So for example, there's some positions that there might be discussions with SEIU, and there's discussions that maybe it goes through some participatory governance at the district office, and I'm not sure what that level looks like. But this type of position, it's a higher level position, which means there needs to be more of a conversation about the position. How is it going to unfold? Because at one point we did talk and we mentioned it about a chief diversity officer, which was a priority. And it was something that was also vetted. It came through the EEO committee. And so for us, one of the questions that arose is, where is the EEO committee? Because the EEO committee did a lot of heavy work in terms of looking at disaggregating data. What does it look like? Working with the multiple methods, developing an EEO plan. And so for this type of position would be something that I would see, okay, perhaps the EEO committee is part of this. And this is coming together with, this is what management is saying. EEO, it was vetted through the EEO committee, and it's coming forward to us as like the chief diversity officer position. That was one that was both in agreement with the board and also the EEO committee. So it wasn't just something that the board of the chancellor decided on our own. It was something that we listened to a presentation from the EEO committee. There was an EEO plan that was submitted to us a couple of years ago. And so there was a lot of intentional work just to come up with a director or a chief diversity officer. And so when this position came to us at the Administrative Services Committee, it was one with it was new. There was no conversation where there was just letting us know about a process like we had with the Chief Diversity Officer position. So for us, it was just one of those where it's nice to have it go through the Personnel Commission. It's nice to know, okay, where does this fall with the EEO committee? I've just recently spoke to some of the members just to ask, hey, how are things going? We're interested. The board is talking about an ad hoc DEI committee. And so I know that there's work that just started, and Maria's here as a member, I believe, from the EEO committee as well. And Laura, have they been meeting? They've been meeting, and so I think they're active again. I'm hearing again from them, which was really exciting because there was a time when I remember we had meetings, you were part of them. We had different representatives from faculty, from classified, from the collective bargaining units, and good work. Out of that, there was a conversation about the DEI task force that went on with the district. I mean, we were committed. I mean, it was good. And so I envision like a director like this position would be something that, okay, we discussed it, this is what we're doing. And it just felt for me just a little bit like maybe is there something that was missing? If it did take place, it wasn't something that was conveyed to us. And it was something that I asked at that time, is it something that can wait? Is it next month? Is there an opportunity for discussion? Can it come forward to the board? Just so there is that conversation with our SEIU, our collective bargaining unit, specifically because for us as a board, we're modeling the collegiality, working together, listening to different perspectives. And I know that we rarely hear from SEIU really coming to any of our meetings and being able to speak on not feeling like they were part of a conversation. So it was mentioned if that was a possibility to just table it for another month to allow the collective bargaining unit to just discuss it. And so, but the decision was made to bring it forward to the board for today. So I couldn't understand the urgency. I understand the need for it. I didn't understand the urgency to have it come specifically tonight, just because we've always been so inclusive and people made feel like they're part of a conversation, even though it might, and I remember mentioning at the Administrative Services Committee, the end result might be the same, but nevertheless, the conversation took place and there was dialogue. So I don't know if there's anything else, Trustee Mantu, that you feel that we maybe discussed and wanted to add. I know this was a lengthy conversation.
No, and Trustee Torres' comments, I believe, are accurate. We were not in agreement as trustees on whether this should be approved or not, but knowing that this would be brought to this meeting tonight, that was kind of the default position that we had. I tended to advocate a little bit more for the position based on need, what I understand about our need for training, particularly universal training at our management level and in other places, as well as the incorporation of many DEI responsibilities that had been discussed at this board level. So again, that's why I think, and we spent some time talking about those particular points, and this is why we're here tonight.
Trustee Torres.
From the EEO committee. And I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I know for Trustee Lichtel, the EEO committee hasn't been coming to any of the board meetings up until he's been here. So this is new. He doesn't know what the EEO committee is. I'm wondering if someone's able to just share with him so he has an idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, Andrea Ingley actually is our chair for that. So Andrea, can you speak to that?
Yeah,
absolutely.
That, if you can be very brief, because that's not on point, the item in front of us.
So the EEO Advisory Committee is a committee that is legislated by Title V regulations. They have a very specific role, which is to develop the EEO plan. And in that plan, there are sometimes strategies that are advised to the chancellor and the board. At the end of the day, they are an advisory committee, and they have been meeting regularly. We don't meet over summer because faculty is off contract, but they've been meeting. They must meet regularly.
Okay, Trustee Lichtel, do you have any comments? Chancellor, or you through? Okay.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing, the staff to answer, because I know it was brought to your attention that it was out of order, but you were able to see the value in it. I just wanted to highlight it. Thank you.
Chancellor.
Thank you. And I'll just add two more things. One, I just want to, because it's some of the comments that have been made imply that the process that we went through was not inclusive. I just want to reiterate that it was as inclusive as it always is in terms of these types of positions through the district administrative center. And I cautioned at the administrative services meeting, and I'll do so again here, that I really want to be careful not to reset procedural expectations without formally dealing with those processes in another way. I'm just a little bit concerned about that. And then with respect to but it did go through the processes that we normally go through and the inclusion of the people that would normally be involved in that, as already described. With respect to the urgency, it's, I don't know how you put a number on that. We have, not that any of them were necessarily related to this topic tonight, but we had legal issues on the agenda tonight. We've had other issues that have been a result of management knowledge on how to deal with sensitive situations. And it was, if I were to put volume on themes that emerged out of my work last year, this one had the highest volume. It came up in all three of our joint cabinet meetings, unprompted by the teams at the colleges as a point of pain in their institutions. And so the process to get here today has taken a long time. So I'm not coming to you with a sense of urgency, although I would say that it is an urgent issue. And the sooner we get started on it, the better off I truly believe the district's going to be. Can we wait a month? Of course, but I'd rather not. Thank you.
Trustee Torres.
At the Admin Services Committee, we said, I know for myself as a board member, I said, to me, that month makes a difference in knowing that there was a conversation. It might be the same outcome, but at least for me, it makes a difference in knowing a conversation took place in order to make me feel comfortable in making a decision and supporting. And I asked for that extension. But I also said you can make the decision of whether this is something that you're wanting to move forward to the board and have the board deliberate and take a vote on it. And so if that's the case, then it moves forward to the board. Also, the Administrative Services Committee, it was also asked to know exactly what is that process that there is to the District Administrative Services Committee. We know our colleges have a participatory governance process where everybody ranks and decides what is it that's needed. And so we were also interested in knowing what that looks like at the administrative center, how those decisions are made. We also asked to see some of the lists from the positions that were approved from that increase and the reason as to why those positions have not been hired and what that process was. So that's also on the notes. And that was also important to make sure that we're also having clarity within the Administrative Services Center. So those are just my final comments. Regarding this position, some of the questions that came within our meeting, and then how that process took place and the discussion in order to bring this position forward to the board after asking if this can be brought in October, because I would definitely feel by then very much comfortable in supporting this position. But it was urgent to come now.
Chair Perez.
Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. This item's been on the agenda, on the burner, if you will, for quite some time. We've been waiting for this position to be established, go through the process, get someone in place.
It's not the Chief Diversity Officer.
I'm sorry.
The position in front of us right now. Is that
Yeah.
the one you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Chancellor? Or
This is
Vice
the
Chancellor?
This is the first time it's coming to the board, correct?
All right.
But it's not a new topic. I guess that would be more accurate.
So I know we've been hashing it for a while, so we're at a place where maybe we can move this forward. I want to support trustee Torres in saying that, you know, if another month provides us with time to get in and make sure that we're making following the process as she sees fit, I'm supportive of that. I think a decision like this can wait a month. So I would be in favor of tabling this if that's what you would like to propose.
Before you do, I heard the chancellor say that this item had followed our regular process. I also heard the SEIU representative comment on their ability that they did speak with the chancellor on this. So there was inclusivity. If that was the inclusiveness you were seeking, that's what I had heard you say.
There,
That,
oh, go ahead.
so I think, and as I reviewed the committee minutes once again, real quickly, admittedly, and I appreciate your position during the committee meeting and even as you expressed it tonight. But this is, I don't know what what difference a month will make. So I for one am prepared to act on this tonight. Trustee Chancellor.
You know, I really valued the points made by staff, in particular Chancellor McLennan, on the sense of need for this position. But I'll tell you, it still doesn't take away the concern I have for education experience. If this person's going to be working with, and I'm not going to repeat myself, but senior level management and faculty, and they don't have higher ed experience, I just feel that that's just a recipe. It's not a recipe for success for this position, someone to work with. So that's my own personal point of view. For me, I'd rather see the education experience, you know, beefed up a little bit to see some language that they have some community college or higher ed experience, or at least some shape or form education experience in that form.
Chancellor, go ahead. And then
There are other experts in the room that can probably speak to this better than I can. And I appreciate your comments and the question. Honestly, I really do, because intuitively it would make sense for the people that have the subject matter expertise in the areas to be able to help the people in those subjects do the work. You know, management is a discipline in and of itself. I mean, the science of management, all of the work that goes into this, and the skills, management and leadership skills, and the ability to develop those skills transcends all kinds of occupations and disciplines, including education and, you know, business and industry and others as well. And so what we're really focused on with this position is the talent, the ability, the skills to help people who don't have the subject matter expertise in their backgrounds for management and leadership to actually develop those skills to go alongside of their subject matter expertise in their educational areas. So if you look at it that way, it might make a little more sense why that's where the focus is. It's not with the educational experience, really isn't relevant to this particular position, but the skills and leadership development and management capacity are critical. And that's why you're seeing what you're seeing. It's deliberate that way.
Trustee Mantu.
Chair Perez, my inclination would ordinarily be to, anticipating that the outcome will not be different a month from now, to make a motion. But I'm actually going to side with those tonight that would like to see this come back a month from now, so that we can have a better opportunity for full board support of the position.
Okay, well, I sense a consensus in that direction. So let's make a motion to
I move
continue this the next month.
I move to table this item and continue it next month.
Second.
All right, student trustee seconds. How do you vote? Student trustee
Aye.
and board, all in favor? Aye. All right, thank you. Okay, that takes us then to Item 14, board policies. There are no items, and there are no items under 15. Trustees or Chancellor's office. Takes us to 1601. We've had the public hearing earlier. This is an action to approve the fiscal year 2024 adoption budget for all funds of the district. Chancellor.
Let's see, we have some presenters that are making their way to the podium, so I'll go ahead and hand it over to them.
Thank you, Chancellor. We're going to do this item from here so that we can tag team it. I would like to start with letting you know we will go as quickly as we can. We have much to present, but much of it you have seen previously as part of tentative. And as previously discussed by the board, you had an interest in focusing on capital facility spending. And so we are going to want to spend most of our time on that topic. But of course, we're happy to stop at any point if you have additional questions in an area, and we can certainly answer those. I want to start while he's getting it to work is to thank James Zavis for putting this together. As you heard earlier, he has transitioned to Ventura College to backfill my position as I have come to the district office to try to help out here for a little bit. So James and many people, Emily Day, your fiscal supervisors at all three colleges, their staff, the vice presidents, there are a lot of people that have worked to put this together. We can always just tell someone next if we need to. Yep. You got it? No? Okay. Good. Well, and also at one point, we will also have the vice presidents of business and administrative services, Chris Remberger and Jennifer Clark, come up to just do a quick example at the tail end of this. Okay. Okay, well. We can just go. We're gonna go fast, so pay attention, Dan. You ready? Okay. That's all right. So the first page just does the agenda that tells you what we're going to cover. We're going to go quickly. There you go. This one is in your book. This just highlights the timeline. You've seen this many times. Next one. So this is the one that will highlight some of the differences between the tentative budget and the adoption budget from the state. Really, the key thing I want to highlight for you is that there is a reappropriation of 2022-23 funding that is part of the state's adopted budget that we have not had before, where they have clawed back money, they've pulled back money that they gave us for the year that just ended June 30th in scheduled maintenance and a retention enrollment strategies funding. And they have taken those funds back after the year has closed in order to use it to help them meet their 8.22% COLA that they have in the adopted budget, which is concerning to us because they are using one-time funds for an ongoing COLA. And then the other thing is the student housing funding. You've heard that they changed the funding source. They had given us all of the $63 million, and now they want us to do debt financing to help cover the costs. And I think that'll be a discussion for future board meetings. And this again, just to highlight our COLA, it went to 8.22. That's fine. Go to the next. This one again, that they pulled back money, which is they have not done before. So to highlight for our district, 9.8 million in scheduled maintenance, deferred maintenance money that we had budgeted for last year has been taken back from us, and about 126,000 in retention and enrollment.
All right, my turn. So again, we're going to go through these slides very quickly because we have seen all of this a little bit before. So there's not a lot new here. So this is our unrestricted revenues. And I'm just going to highlight a couple things on here. You will see the amount falling to ending fund balance at the end of last year was a little over $7 million. So about almost 4 million of that was planned, and that was to meet our minimum with the change in the reserves policy. The remainder of that actually came in after the year closed when lottery came in. Lottery came in almost $3 million higher than we had anticipated, and that came in July is when we were notified about that money coming in more than we expected. So lottery always comes in really late. You can see next year, the only other thing I'm really going to point out on this is that we'll be funded under stability, which we've talked about before. So this is just a look at an abbreviated look at our allocation model. The full allocation model is in the adoption budget book. But you can see how much of the revenue, you can see that $228.6 million, how that all flows through the process and goes down to each individual campus. This slide basically looks at the whole district rolled up together by major objects. So you can see by each major category how much we're spending as a district. This next slide really is all about, it's the same basic information. It just breaks it down by campus, the district administrative center, and then district-wide services and utilities. All right, so this slide is just, it's a kind of a standard look at all of our key assumptions, things we're looking at as far as we develop the budget. And this one looks at, if we look at every payroll dollar, for each payroll dollar, these are the additive pieces, so STRS and PERS, and then all of our FICA taxes that we're all paying on all of this. This slide here is a look at our historical salaries and benefits percentages. You'll see that in 22-23, that number came down a little bit, down to the 78% mark. That is really a function of the fact that there was a lot of one-time money that came in towards the end of the year in particular, but interest income, and then the additional amount we received through emergency conditions. Those one-time funds are not something that we would typically put towards any salaries and benefits, but they do come through and go through a lot of our expenses. So you do end up seeing that percentage kind of got drawn down that year. If we pulled those amounts out, the percentage would have been a little bit more like 81%, which brings it a little bit more in line with where we've been the last few years, right around the low 80s.
Chair. I have a question on this slide. Would you prefer it at the end or now?
No.
Okay. As a district, as I know we don't have it at the board level, but on the operation side or in the budget services, is there a target number? Because that's one reoccurring theme when I go to the CCLC conferences. They really ask trustees, where's your district on salary and benefits district-wide? And they advocate the magic number, if there is such a thing, should be anywhere from 85 on the low end to 87, 88, and everyone's kind of give or take somewhere in that realm. And one thing I've noticed is we are outside of sort of that bell curve or, spectrum, so to speak. So I'm wondering, as a district, do we have a goal when we have the assumptions and we sort of create our budget and we take the revenue and the expenditures? Do we say, we want to land here, considering this is our biggest expenditure as a district? This is what, we're a district of people. I'm just curious.
No, there is no target that we would have. I would definitely say that we would not ever want to be in excess of some of those numbers that you mentioned. Most people I've talked to, you don't want to be above 86, 87%, because that's when you start marching towards the danger zone.
I know where I am, I'm very, very uncomfortable seeing these numbers so low, especially when I compare to other districts. And I know the hard work that entails to do the work that we ask our employees to do to make this district work and provide services to children, or I'm sorry, students. With that said, I'm just surprised nowhere in the district, and I take ownership of that. I really think at the board level, we should have some input there of where we want to be. And as of now, otherwise, I think we're going to keep doing what we're doing, is just looking at data kind of float in between, I would say, a healthier percentage, and then it could fall and we don't have any input in the back. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Okay. So infrastructure model, I'm going to go through this pretty quick. Again, this is nothing really new. So these are the funding sources that ultimately are used when we calculate the infrastructure model, and what funds will flow into the infrastructure model. This slide, we did want to point out, you know, the infrastructure model does a lot of things around campuses. That's more than just like capital projects and scheduled maintenance. It does that, but it also does, you know, program review, which is a huge piece of it. The library materials and databases. It covers a lot of things that we can't get using other, we can't use through other funding sources. We're going to go into this a lot more when we get into the capital projects area. So I don't want to necessarily beat this slide up too much. We just wanted to make sure we pointed out that, you know, 113 is a lot more than just like buildings. Okay, so this is just the slide that we always look at when we were looking at what our budget versus actual and the fund balances for 113. This is a look at the 113 budget by each campus, and what they plan to spend in each area that falls under the infrastructure model. So you can see all of those.
I actually didn't have any questions for 113, but I don't want to nitpick anything you said. But 113, you said there are some restrictions on what we can use those dollars for.
There's internal designations.
Internal designations, right? But for example, if there was something that typically 113 dollars would cover and there weren't enough 113 dollars, we could use other general fund dollars
Yes.
to supplement.
And-
Okay.
And yeah, and we're going to talk about that a little
Can
bit.
we vice versa? If there are dire needs in an area outside of 113, can we use those dollars, even if they've been designated? So let's say Moore Park College has 6 or 7 million, I don't know if that's accurate, but 6 or 7 million in their 113. But there's an area that they're like, oh my gosh, we have a hole here. We need to fill it, but it comes outside of the guardrails of 113 and those internal designations. Can they use those dollars, pull them
So
out?
ultimately, anything like that would be an exception, and that's something that we would have to discuss through governance processes and probably bring something towards the board if we were going to do something like that.
It wouldn't just be a transfer.
No,
Okay.
something like that would be something that would involve a significant discussion both on the campus level and at the district level.
Thank you.
Okay, 114, again, there's really nothing new in 114. We've seen all of this before, so I think we're just going to kind of move through here. You can see the budgets for each campus, and if you really look at the budget book, you'll see quite a bit in there for this one. All right.
So we are going to spend a moment on this slide because I know that it is always of interest. So this just shows our fund balance at our actual when we close the year at June 30th, 2023, our actuals. You can see that our unrestricted fund 111's total reserves were at 42.4 or 42.4. I should have brought my glasses, million. And that for our budgeted for budgeted for 6/30/2024, it goes down to 38.1 million. And then when you add in also funds 113 and 114, we've ended the year, June 30th, 23 at 76.6 million. And it is budgeted for next year at this point in time to be 66.7 million. What I do want to touch on this is if you look at our 6/30/2023 actuals and you go back and compare that to our adopted budget for fiscal year 23, it doesn't match. It's not going to match. They're never going to match, but there is a significant difference. And I do want to address that. The difference is about 10.8 million from what was in the budgeted column last year at our adopted budget compared to how we finished the year. So James just mentioned some of the reasons that happened. The first one that I want to bring up is, if you recall, in January, we approved the emergency, what did we call it? Emergency conditions allocation. And so that alone brought us almost $4 million, that we got over $12 million as a district by agreeing to those conditions. One of those conditions was that we had to have 2 months of operating expenditures in our reserves. And so part of that 12 million, there was a decision through the governance process that 4 million of that would drop down and be part of our ending fund balance. So that's part of the 10 million that's different from what we knew last year at this time. The other difference is that we had the lottery came in much higher. As James mentioned, it was 2.7 million more. We found that out in July, and that was for our third quarter. We haven't received our fourth quarter of lottery revenue yet, and we've estimated that based off what the state tells us as an estimate. And then the last one is what we do have every year is there is budget carryover. And so we have the 3.8 million, that is the 2% that represents what the sites and the district office can carry over from year to year. And if you'll notice in the budgeted column, we never put that budget carryover amount because we don't know what it will be. So I just wanted to help address that, and we'll move on from there. But this, and we will again update this, when we get here next year at tentative and at adoption, and those numbers will be changed. And then the other one I did want to point out, if you look, Fund 114, from what we estimated it might be at the time we adopted the budget last year, is about the same. It's actually a little less, almost $1 million less. And Fund 113 is up. And part of that, again, is because the revenue that goes into 113 is one-time funds that fluctuate quite a bit. So for this year, we had a huge increase in interest income. Interest rates went up. We also had 63 million sitting there that the state gave us for housing that hasn't been spent yet. So that increased our interest income that we had no way of really estimating at the time we adopted the budget. So that is also up. So Fund 113 is about 3.8 million more than what we thought it might be when we adopted the budget. So I just wanted to address those, and then we will move on. Go ahead. This just highlights kind of what I said. So we have some multi-year projections. This talks about the assumptions in it. There's some pages here we're going to get to that have numbers. We're really actually, for the most part, going to skip them. The point of the multi-year projections that we want to show you is the volatility of not knowing what our future holds, but trying to do our best to do some modeling to figure out what our potential things are. We did two things. We had whether we stayed flat enrollment or growth enrollment. And listening to the numbers tonight, our growth enrollment, hopefully will be much higher than what we have here. The other factor we played with, we almost always go with the LAO's estimate for COLA for the next 3 years. But this year there was a significant difference between the LAO, which is the Legislative Analyst's Office, and a company called School Services of California, SSC. They're very common. You'll hear about them if you're in K-12. And so their projection of the COLAs and the LAOs were so different that we wanted to highlight the effect of those. So next slide. On this one, the other thing is you'll notice there's nothing in line 15 operating surplus or deficit. you may be used to seeing budgets where if the revenue and the expenditures don't match, that's where it drops out. But because of our allocation model, it says all revenue we get, we will budget as expenditures. So because of that, you don't have things that drop out in line 15, but where you can see the impact of it is on line 12, contingency. So when we look at the contingency, we are talking about funds that aren't necessarily committed to any specific expense at that time. So that's where you'll see the impact of these different models. This one, you can't see what it is, but this one is the LAO's COLA with flat enrollment. And if you'll just go through till we get to the, keep going. So these all have different ones. So here's where it shows you, this is more visual for you to see the difference between flat enrollment. This is our projected revenues. And if we had growth, and the difference between the LAO's estimates of COLA and what it would be if we went with the SSC's estimates. And so that's, we just want to show you that volatility and explain it for you on the revenue side. And again, the bottom one, the blue one is, I can't see what that is. It's the flat with schools, right? Because school services COLA numbers were much less. So that's when you see we're consistent, that's because we've actually we fall into the hold harmless at that point on our calculation on revenue. Let's go to expense. Sorry, trying to go fast. And again, this shows the contingency line just for you to see. And again, contingency would be funds not committed to any specific expense yet. So those are items that could go to salary enhancements, CPI, it's the cost of goods and services that goes up naturally with inflation and other factors, and any other, faculty related increases due to enrollment and things like that, because we didn't budget those 3 items in any of the multi-years. So the contingencies would have to address those. All right, that's it. Oh, yes. And then this one, actually, well, I'll do it. I want to give James a lot of credit for this one. I think this one is a very good picture to give people a picture. So people always talk about the COLA and what the state is giving in the COLA, but because of the way the state allocates the funds to the district through the funding formula, and depending on what we're doing with enrollment growth and what other districts are doing with enrollment growth, what we get from the COLA from the state is not necessarily, when we look at our revenue, what we end up with. So you'll see for 2024-25, which James highlighted, the COLA is assumed to be 5.3%. That's the estimate right now. But when you look, if we have 0 FTS growth to the district, that only equates to a 2.68% increase in our revenue. And under our increases there, which are up at the top, not as well as we've said tonight, it grew to 3.35%. So we just wanted to bring this to the trustees' attention that COLA does not always mean that's the COLA, that the amount of money we're going to get at the district. And then just go through future. And this again is just, you're used to these future considerations. The 2 that I want to highlight for you, the state budget deficit. The state is addressing a deficit. And as we said earlier, they're addressing part of it with one-time funds. And that is concerning to fiscal people that they're giving ongoing COLAs with one-time funds. And also at the last bullet, the PERS rate increases that they've gone up in April. If you go to the next slide, I'm going to let James take over.
So this slide's really just showing you, the difference in PERS rates from a year ago. Oh, sorry. So this is really showing that the difference in PERS rates and how much has changed in just over a year. So, if you looked at April 22, PERS was in that blue line. It was kind of going down. We were thinking, finally, we've hit the top. And then come April this year, market conditions changed, retirement situations there, all of their, PERS actuarial calculations change. And so they've completely changed the trajectory of the rates. Instead of going down, we're back to continuing to march up all the way out to, a projected 30% in 2027-28.
James?
Mhm.
Yeah, so that was one of the questions I submitted about what explains the rate, the difference in rates from PERS from April of last year to April of this year, because I guess the reason I asked is it just kind of proves the point of how volatile and unpredictable your and challenging your job is in projecting these budgets when you have an assumption one year and it's blown out of the water the next.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it is, there is a lot of volatility. We do our best we can. And really, one of the things is we rely on the information that we're given both from the state and, organizations like the LAO and, school services or any of those organizations.
too tall, you gotta, had her just lift
I
the
thought
mic
with
up.
Kathy and I both up here being somewhat tall, we'd be good. So really, we just do our best with the information that we're able to look at, and we have to know, that's why we will frequently do multiple scenarios with a multi-year projection. We have to know that whatever we project, it's probably going to be something different. But if we look at a couple of scenarios, we can find somewhere it's going to land somewhere in the middle and find something we're comfortable with. All right, so here's the new section. Now that we've put you to sleep with the budget numbers, we are going to talk a little bit about capital spending specifically. So capital projects, this is one area, a lot of them end up getting paid for out of our capital projects funds budget, which are the funds that start with a 4. And there's a number of them. So this slide really just highlights what those budgets are and by campus. So you can see how much is the expenditures are budgeted there. This slide here is a look at our deferred maintenance funding from the state and looking at the history. And really, there's a couple things I want to point out on this slide. One, you can see that the last couple of years have been weird. We'll just use that as a technical term, but it's been weird. Typically we haven't gotten that much. There's been a big push at the state level to say, hey, look at all these campuses, look at the deferred maintenance needs. The last couple of years, the legislature really listened to that and put in significant amounts of money for the community colleges for deferred maintenance. But then you can see that last line where the money was all of a sudden pulled back. We talked about that earlier, but that money is actually money that we received last year and they are taking back this year. The other thing I want to point out on this is you can also see that in a lot of years, particularly if you look at like 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, and then 2021, the amount of money we received from the state for deferred maintenance was extremely low. All the way down to 0. But, so that's one of those things that we always have to know is that it's great when we get the money, but there's a lot of times when that money never makes it into the state budget. So this next slide is really just highlighting, we showed you this slide at tentative when there was discussion about them possibly clawing back some of this money, just so you would see what was in the budget. This slide here, you can see basically as they did actually pull back the money, the amount that needed to be pulled back and a little bit of the decision making on which projects were pulled out. You'll notice some of those items were where the number is red, but there is still an amount. That's somewhere where we had originally planned for a lot more money in that sort of a project, and instead we've had to pull it way back. All right, so this slide is we're really looking at all of the different funding sources for that ultimately will help us fund all of our capital purchases. 113, obviously we talk about that quite a bit. Typically in 113, smaller purchases will be purchased out of Fund 113 directly. But if it starts to get into more of a capital project or a larger capital purchase, the funds from 113 will actually transfer down to one of the other funds, most typically Fund 419, which is where we have all of our locally funded projects. And also the technology refresh. So, so you can see, and then Fund 114, a lot of times, you know, we'll take money from leases and we'll use those to help support facilities. So, and then you can see the different Fund 41X essentially, or 44 X. And then also that very bottom one, the general obligation bond. If we do ever have a bond, we don't have any bond funds currently, but if we do go out for and receive bond funds, those get accounted for completely separately in their own fund. So we just wanted to go ahead and put that on there, even though it's not, you know, applicable at the moment. So this next slide, we tried to put together a flow chart of how all of this funding kind of comes in to the district and then all works together. So you can see, you know, up at the top, we've got state funding comes in. Obviously, we have our state funding that goes to our unrestricted general fund. That would be all of our apportionment funding, et cetera. As well as, you know, some other funding that comes in that way. We've got local funding that comes in, property taxes, other local revenues, miscellaneous local revenues that come into our unrestricted general fund. So those funds then also with state funding, the state will sometimes fund projects directly. So for example, the admin building at Moore Park College, that was and student housing at Ventura College, those were special projects the state funded. Those are going into Fund 411 and 416 directly, because those do require that we account for those funds separately. They also will give us state scheduled maintenance money. So you can see out of the unrestricted general fund, we do have the stuff that comes through our infrastructure model and goes into Fund 113. We also, you know, sometimes campuses will make a decision to use some of their Fund 111, their unrestricted general fund dollars in order to fund capital projects. They use those to set them aside. So those you'll see will go into either the technology refresh and equipment replacement or the locally funded projects. So sometimes you'll see some of that. And then same thing with Fund 113. Fund 113, like I said, it will pay for some stuff directly. And then it also will transfer money over to technology refresh, equipment, all of that one, locally funded projects. And then across the bottom, you'll notice that all of those arrows kind of all work together with the dotted line. Really what ends up happening is in those funds, they all work to support each other, right? So we might have a project where only half of the project is eligible for state maintenance, state scheduled maintenance, right? Because there's restrictions on what we can and can't spend that money. So when that project, only half of the project is covered by state scheduled maintenance, we might then use some locally funded local funds to cover the rest of it. So, and vice versa, it really kind of works where they all ultimately kind of work together in order to try and, you know, accomplish the needs that we have.
In regards to sub fund 419 that you're been discussing, are those general fund dollars?
Once they go into 419, they are not general fund dollars. And not all of the funds that are deposited there are from general fund dollars. So, well, so for example, redevelopment property tax revenues, every college gets some of those funds. Those are already in a 4 fund. And what we do is we transfer some of those funds down to the 419. Whenever possible, we try to do a project all out of one account in Fund 419. So sometimes we can't do that, as James alluded to, and we have some examples. Like state scheduled maintenance, you're not allowed to move those funds out of that fund. You must use them there. But redevelopment money, we also get money from non-resident students, because we don't get money from the state for facilities for non-resident student headcount. So those students are actually assessed a fee that goes into a 4 fund, and we use those to help us with our facilities. So not all the funds in Fund 419 originally came from unrestricted dollars.
Okay, I guess I'm looking at, oh gosh, this is opening up a can of worms for me. what is our ending fund balance of our 419 now? For the end of the last fiscal year?
I would have to look for that. I don't even
Okay.
think it's there. That's just what we're.
The reason
budgeting.
why, here's a scenario. Let's say last year, and I don't know if you know this number, but I never thought of it till now. But let's say we took $2 million from 113 and placed it in 419.
Yes.
Which is a reasonable, I mean, I don't know if that number, whether it's $20 or 2 million. Why aren't we reporting that at the end of the year in our ending fund balance as general fund dollars? Because those are general fund dollars. And just because we're self-designating them, do we have the ability as an organization to say they're restricted? We can self-designate, but they're still general fund dollars. I was under the impression that we are not allowed to make dollars categorical or restrictive. That's a requirement or a statutory description from the state level.
So when you say categorical and restricted, those are terms used more related to our Fund 1-2 dollars.
Okay.
And so we don't do that. We don't take unrestricted dollars and put them in a 1-2 fund program. However, this is an appropriate way to do it. And you are allowed to take unrestricted dollars and put them into this fund. In fact, this is where the state wants you to do it so that you can record. This whole fund is designated for capital projects.
But I understand that. I'm unsure on why we're not reporting those dollars through the year that we take general fund dollars. And they're still general fund dollars, just even though in my interpretation, just because we put them in 419, they don't magically unbecome general fund dollars. Why aren't we reporting that at the end of the year as part of our ending fund balance?
So to use your term, they do kind of magically not become unrestricted dollars once you put them there. It would be very difficult because they're mingled with other funds. You would have to really track them. We do track the ending fund balance for that fund, and those transfers from Fund 113 are recorded as a transfer out. So the transfer is shown in Fund 113 that we are now taking those funds and designating them for these capital purchases, because we also do this for our technology and equipment refresh or replacement. So we would not show them, it would not be proper accounting to show them as unrestricted reserves, because we have just made them not unrestricted reserves or capital project reserves. And it would be very difficult to then pull them back up into Fund 111, because you would have to be able to identify that dollar. And you're using it on projects.
Yeah, I understand maybe not calling them unrestricted reserves, but they're still general fund dollars. And this is kind of alarming to me that we're taking these dollars, unrestricted general fund dollars, placing them in 113, which is self-designated general fund dollars, and then adding another layer of transfer into a restrictive account. I think we need to shed some light on transparency on the amount that we're transferring in the fiscal year from that account into this account.
Well, we can certainly do that as we make transfers this year and identify them.
Do we know last year how many $113 or general fund, I guess $113 were transferred? Is that the only source of general fund dollars is 113, or are there other areas of general fund dollars that are then being transferred into 419?
It can be Fund 111, 113, and 114 can all, I'm not sure that they all had transfers last year, and we can certainly get that information and get it back to you, but we don't have that information for tonight.
And did we find the amount, the ending fund balance for last fiscal year? I kind of thought I saw it, but for 419, was it 50?
At $49.5 million. Thank you, Emily.
Okay. And believe me, I'm not disputing the need for capital improvements, but this is really shocking to me. I always thought that these accounts in the 400s always were restrictive dollars from the state, and to hear that unrestricted dollars from 113 that originally started in 111 are then being put there and not being shown to the public or within our budget documentation is worse.
I appreciate the questions and your perspective, longstanding. But for purposes of this adopting the budget question, I think it'd be helpful if, number one, staff is recording or writing or memorializing these very specific questions and get back to trustee Chancellor and all of us subsequently. But also, I think Chancellor wanted to make a comment.
I appreciate the questions. When you use terms like shocking and need to become transparent, the whole intent of this presentation and what I've asked staff to do is to try to weave together some of the ways these things work together specifically so the board can understand that. So, and I don't want to say in defense of the staff, but this is about as transparent as you can possibly get in terms of a budget presentation. So I just want to make sure that I don't want the public to think that there's all of a sudden we're not being transparent or especially when the intent of this presentation specifically around how capital gets moved, how it is spread throughout our budget, if you will, is exactly what we're trying to help the board. If you recall back in June when we did the first, what do we call that budget? Tentative budget. We committed to coming back to the board and having this exact conversation that we're having right now. And I understand that it could be a little bit confusing, but it is not transparent. I just want to make sure that.
Actually, I really appreciate the presentation because I may be wrong, but this is the first I've heard of $113 going into another account to fulfill our mission. And I'm not disputing that. And I applaud those efforts. And I actually am super grateful for the transparency to explain what we're doing. I guess I'm just looking for the thoroughness in other areas of the transfer of those dollars as we're now getting the explanation. So that's what I'm saying. So I appreciate it.
And this is a complicated topic. And this is the first time the board is having this kind of conversation in this depth of this fund. And it's not an easy concept, even for those in our fiscal offices to necessarily know what to do and when to do it with these areas. So I think it's certainly an area that can have more conversation. And I would also offer that I love to talk numbers. So if anyone at any time wanted to make an appointment with me, I love to sit down and explain. And we have other funds too that hopefully throughout the year we can highlight different funds so that you can start to understand all the components, because our unrestricted operating budget is our biggest budget, or has the biggest impact, I guess I should say. That is where the vast majority of our salaries and benefits are paid out of. It is our annual, and it's where we spend most of our time discussing. But there are other areas, and it's all governed by governmental accounting rules on why we put things in different pots and that kind of thing. So it's very complicated. And I welcome an opportunity, not necessarily a board meeting after 10 at night, to provide more information anytime. I welcome that. So why don't you move on? This is just some areas, obviously, as we're deciding how to allocate our funds, we've already said, and we'll talk later about a potential bond, that we don't have enough money for all our needs. So this just kind of talks about some of the areas that we look at. And I'm going to move us on just for the sake of time. This is just, we wouldn't expect you to see this, but as an additional information for the board, and it is in the agenda for the public, we did a listing of all the capital projects that we could think of at each of the campuses. It goes across funding sources. It goes ones that are funded, ones that are not funded. We have many, we put out 5 years of anticipated schedule maintenance needs that we report to the state. Only year one, if we're lucky, gets partially funded, and the remaining years are yet to be funded. So there's all kinds of information in there for you. And the next one. So we took all of those pages of all those details, and we decided to pull a couple sample items that are on there to just talk really quickly to you about it. And each campus picked a couple to bring up something directly for you, just to highlight something. So I will let Moore Park go first. Jen.
I need to move the microphone down. Good evening. I'm going to talk super fast. The campus center is a project that Moore Park College has been talking about way before my time at Moore Park College. It's been something the campus has been saving money for. This is a really easy project to talk about. You know, every campus survey that's ever done, this is an area that anyone on campus, anyone who's ever been on the campus, worked on the campus, knows that this is a building that desperately needs to be completely redone. In fact, last year, we had to close the campus center two different times for the better part of a week because literally the plumbing underneath the building is falling apart. It's an original building built in the 60s. And so it's in desperate need. This particular project, we're weaving together about 6 different funding sources for it. James and Kathy talked about scheduled maintenance, deferred maintenance. So that is quite restricted on what we can use with those dollars. Things like what I just said, repairing the plumbing, that's a perfect scheduled maintenance project. So anything we can do to use state money to pay for that part of the project, we do. Our 113, we have some infrastructure that's come to us over the years. We're going to use some 113 funds to put in the 419. Again, we're going to gather all these funds in the 419, except for scheduled maintenance, and spend the dollars out of 419. So it's all accounted for in one place. The 114 fund is where we have our Barnes and Noble funds. And for those of you that are familiar with our campus center, you know, our bookstore, as well as our makerspace and our student activities or our student government offices are in that building. So the lease revenue that we've received from Barnes and Noble over the years, a lot of that we're putting into 419, and that's going to be a piece of the money that we're cobbling together to make this project work. Also, the students have a student center fee that they pay each semester. The students voted a number of years ago to dedicate those fees, and they set the amount a number of years ago to refurbish the campus center. I think that was, yeah, that's good. And then the admin building, my colleague already mentioned, states that's actually being funded in part by state bond funds.
Good evening and thank you. I wanted to highlight 2 things from Oxnard College. One is the Marine Center, and I want to start with that because it highlights the variability of projects and how long things may take from inception to completion. So Oxnard College has a location in the harbor beginning in 2003. In 2010, we moved to the current location, and not long after that, we were notified that there were efforts to redevelop the space. We began building funding in 113 specifically for that project. The campus was notified that we may be forced to move out of that space. In 2016 and 2017, we established the Marine Center Fund of $3 million for that purpose. But in 2018, we were told that that move was no longer going to happen. So we moved that funding from Marine Center project into an unidentified project called Unidentified. And it remains there because we know that the Marine Center move will happen one day. In fact, Carl's Strawberry Land was awarded the project for redevelopment of the harbor. And we are currently exploring the possibility of moving our marine programs to the main campus. So while that Marine Center and the marine programs are really important to us, that project has gone through quite a storied history. And then the riding lawnmowers are just meant to show how long some of these purchases and projects can take. Both of those projects were gone through program review at the campus and highly rated. The board approved the purchase of those lawnmowers in response to Air Pollution Control Board requirements in October of 2021. The first of 2 of those lawnmowers was received last month, and the second one we expect in the next 3 months. So some of these projects, just due to delays in construction and the way
And tell them why you got it.
Right, in response to requirements from the Air Pollution Control Board and through the participatory governance process.
I'm going to do Ventura College since I was there a month ago. Or 2 weeks ago. Thank you. Okay, and I'm just going to do this really quickly. Our athletic event center bleacher replacement. We've needed to replace the bleachers for quite a while. What started out with an estimate of $750,000 is now close to $4 million and has been in the works for well over a year. And so this is to highlight this project that we work with the Department of State Architect and their requirements. So in order to replace our bleachers, we have to upgrade to the current standards for accessibility and also what they consider, what they call life safety, which is, you know, our emergency exiting, lighting, fire safety, those kinds of things. So we have taken a $750 estimate. It's almost to 4 million. We're still working with DSA. We're putting in an elevator for accessibility because our ramp outside is no longer in compliance of the current standards. And so that's how these things can kind of balloon. And, oh, and the other thing, well, it'll highlight also in the resurfacing of the tennis courts, that replacing the bleachers, that part of it is not scheduled maintenance allowable. They will not pay for sports event facility maintenance. And so we are having to use our local funding for that, but they do accessibility, compliance, and other things. So we're piecing together multiple funds again to cover that project. And then the resurfacing the tennis courts, this is just a minor one again. To highlight, we had thought to submit this a few years ago. It's only probably about $200,000. But basically they said, oh, no, your tennis court. They went on Google Earth, looked at our picture of the grounds, and a tennis court has seating bleachers. So the bleachers now turns it into sports, not class, even though we have classes there. But the tennis court right next to it, the couple other ones, well, we can use scheduled maintenance for that because it doesn't have bleachers. So obviously the plan will be to remove bleachers one day when we're ready. So that's just kind of to give you an idea of the compliance and the issues we have to deal with. As it seems really simple to do something, but it's not always so simple. And then James.
All right, so I'm going to bring us home with one last project to talk about, which is parking lots. So this is really district wide. If you drive around the parking lots, you'll notice that they could probably use a little bit of repair. One challenge with that is the resurfacing the parking lots is also not eligible for state scheduled maintenance funding. In the past, that has always come out of all of our parking fees. But as you know, our things have changed on campuses as well as, during COVID, our parking revenues have gone down tremendously. While at the same time, our costs have been going up in that program. So that's something that's been a real challenge for us. And it's one that we're working on trying to figure out, but we're ultimately going to have to deal with this using local funds of some sort. So that's all we have. Any other questions?
I don't have any. Thank you guys for the presentation, very helpful. And although, we've seen a lot of this information previously, a lot comes our way and, with the passage of time, we see things maybe a little bit differently when it's presented in front of us again. So thanks for your explanation. And are there any questions or comments? And if not,
Chair Perez, I'd like to make a motion to approve the fiscal year 24 adoption budget.
Second.
and trustee Lichtel seconds that motion. Student trustee, how do you vote? And the board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None?
No.
One no.
And I'd like to make a brief comment.
Sure.
I really do believe, well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. And it was very clear. A lot of it was based on the questions we've had this past year. But I really do believe our students, our facilities, our employees could receive more dollars in the now versus the savings that this budget demonstrates or chooses to designate and to do. So that's why I was a no vote on it. It has nothing to do with the work on behind the scenes or the validity of the numbers, so to speak. So thank you for that.
Okay, trustee Torres.
I wanted to also, just like trustee Chancellor, say thank you for the presentation for all of the staff and to be able to do so with such high energy at 10:30 at night. I am looking forward at the development of the budget for this upcoming year, and maybe there's an opportunity for trustees to give some input as it's coming together in the different committees. Particularly because there's a report, if you haven't had a chance to see it, because I know you're really busy, there's one that came from the Office of the Institutional Effectiveness. And it's a from the PATH committee, and it talks about some of the areas that our students express that there's a need, and there was highlight on mental health, and there's so food insecurity, and a lot of other areas that our students were mentioning that there is a need. And as Trustee Chancellor was mentioning, what are some of the monies that we can spend right now? Where can we come to a place where we can save some of the money that we need for our future capital projects? And then where is some that we can spend now? And so just something as you're going through the different committees, if you get a chance, take a look at the report. It was really insightful for me to see, and it's in our board agenda. So at some point, I think it's helpful. And I'm looking forward for this year for that budget process and just kind of finding out more. So thank you for bringing Fund 419, how it works, what it means. And then I'm really looking forward to having that in a budget, how it looks like these are the funds and what it means. So it's like an easy read for anyone. So, but thank you very much to the entire team.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move to item 1602, quickly followed by 1603. These are two companion actions to the adoption of the budget. And we've seen this all before. The first one is to approve the establishment of the 2023-24 GAN appropriation limits. We have a report in front of us. Trustee Lichtel, I see you reaching for your microphone.
Yes, sir. I move to approve item 1702 as presented.
1602 and trustee.
I apologize, 1602.
Trustee Torres seconds. Anticipating there's no discussion or questions as I made in the explanation of the item. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Next item, 1603, action to approve the budget transfers, year-end transfers between classifications, fund balances. Again, we see this every year at this time.
Chair Perez,
Trustee Lichtel,
move to approve item 1603 as presented.
thank you. Is there a second? Second. Trustee Torres, Trustee Torres seconds. See no one reaching for the mic for the question. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Item 1605, action to approve use of general fund unrestricted unallocated reserves in the amount of $500,000 for contracts with general obligation bond elections and pollster consultant firms and approval of budget amendment. And this requires a 2/3 vote. Chancellor?
That's what.
Yes, I do.
The whole reason for the request for 1605.
Yes. 1604, my apologies. Action to approve authorization of district administrative center staff to enter into contract negotiations with general obligation bond elections and pollster consultant firms to assess possible bond issuance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have a brief PowerPoint presentation in your packet. I'm going to go through it very quickly. Some of this information is more detailed than might be needed, but it's there just in case, just to help explain, because some of this is very new to me. It was very informative for me as I heard it through the conversations we were having. So we are coming to you tonight to seek authorization to explore the feasibility of going after a general obligation bond. And part of that, if we have your authority to do so, the first step would be to start interviewing consultants to walk us through this process. So it'd be the election and the pollster consultants The information that we have tonight was gathered through informal conversations with agencies over the last couple of weeks, but we have not had formal conversations and they have not presented the details. So this information is a general concept. We would have much more detail for you next month if we were to come forward, if we would bring forward the details of the agencies that we would like to go with. So with a board authorization, we would begin interviewing election and pollster consultant teams. We have talked to 3 or 4 different agencies just to get an idea of what this would look like. And I'll go into what that looks like in the next slide. Then we would present the finalists of those interviews to you next month for approval. And then we would move forward to begin the initial feasibility and polling process in late October. So that would be the surveys and the phone calls and the different work that would inform our decision as to whether or not we even would like to move forward with a bond in the November election. So this is the very first stage where we are at. So on the slide, on the screen now, you're seeing just kind of a typical overview of what elections and pollster consultants do for us. So they would be assisting us in preparing for the entire process. They would guide the district and the trustees through the election and campaign activities, really informing us of what we can and cannot do. There are certain times where we can actually go out and engage with the public, and then there's others where we cannot. So there's a lot of timelines that we have to be prepared for. And so our consultants would help us understand those steps. They will help us develop a strategic communication and education campaign, facilitate the polling activities, conduct the feasibility study, conduct a final polling study closer to the time where we put this on the ballot, and then help us determine whether or not the county is prepared to approve a bond on our behalf. The next slide goes more into the actual details of each of these steps. So the feasibility assessment, then the ballot measure, and then on the next would be the communications and public information. So this just gives us more of the details of what these consultants would do. Keep going. So then the next slide that has the screen, this is an overview of the actual activities. And what I want to highlight here is the opportunities where we will be engaging with you for approval to move from one stage to the next. So here we are in September of 2023, seeking your authority to start our exploration. Next month, we will come forward with to seek your approval on actually hiring the consultants, the finalists that we have that emerged from our interviews. Once we contract with them, they would actually begin doing our feasibility study and the polling would begin. We would begin coalition building in the community. So this is where we reach out to our community and start raising funds for the actual campaigning. In November and December, the feasibility study would continue. Of course, our hope is to finish that campaign before the holiday season. The planning would continue. At this time, we would start really looking at our facility master plans. I know that Ventura's and Oxnard's have come through for approval. Moorpark is finalizing their facility master plan now, but those master plans will actually inform the desires of the campuses. But our consultants would also tell us, based on these polling, what our county has an appetite to fund. So what is it that the different projects that our county would like to see in our bond? Yes. Oh, sorry.
Trustee Chancellor.
Is it possible through that outreach or actually, depending on the board, to be representatives of the community to look at projects that did not show up in the facilities master plans that could potentially be funded by the bond?
If something emerged in the polling process, then I would imagine, yes, that would be a conversation to have with our planning teams.
Is there board involvement with the planning teams?
There will be. We are seeking to have 1 or 2 board of trustees involved in the strategic planning committee.
Great, thank you.
So moving to the next, we're going into spring. Early spring, we would bring the feasibility study here for your review. The consultants would walk us through and explain exactly what it is that we're reading, and educate us on what they learned in those polls. And then you would be, we would bring forward for your permission to continue forward. So at this point, we would have enough information to make a decision. Is it feasible for us to actually seek a bond? And so then we would make that decision in early spring. If we do continue to move forward, then in the summer, we would be working with our consultants to get us prepared to actually place this on the ballot. And we would have to have our board do a call to place this on the ballot for November, and that would take place in June. So that would be another moment for the Board of Trustees to guide us into saying, yes, we're ready to do so. Filing deadline to do this would be in August. And at that point, our consultants would be done with their work. And we would go into a November final push and hope for a positive election. So in a nutshell, that's our calendar. And then the next couple of slides just go into the details of each of those months' work. Any questions?
Before I ask for questions, Chancellor, did you want to say?
No,
something?
I probably shouldn't say anything, but the way you put it, it sounds pretty easy. So
I know, it's simple, but thank goodness for consultants because I have no idea what we're in for. So we will be leaning on those consultants quite a bit. And this is a heavy lift. There will be a lot of activity on this project.
Yes, there will.
Chair Press,
Trustee Little.
do we have a kind of a sense of how long typically a process takes in a county like ours to, and I think you presented a timeline and so forth, and I think the components necessary all seem to be there. But I guess to be blunt, do we have enough time to put this together and pull it off by November of 20?
So we did ask our consultants that. So the ideal time is between 12 and 18 months, but that there are some districts who have done it within 9 months. So if we get started now, we're in good shape. If that milestone that we really need to push for is to have that first feasibility study done before the holidays. And if we can meet that milestone, we're in good shape.
And then as a follow-up, which may be premature, do we have a sense of where the community is as far as supporting this type of measure, which I assume will raise quite a few funds?
Yeah, the feasibility study will inform us of that. I don't have a sense of where we are.
and
Follow-up question, if I may. In your conversations, your preliminary conversations, what's any insight into the record of such measures up and down the state? I think it's been pretty good, actually.
They were optimistic. I don't have numbers, but I do know that they were, of course, very optimistic, saying that there is an appetite out there right now.
Although I always caution myself to not measure local setting versus
Yes.
what may be happening elsewhere, because all politics is local.
Yes.
Chair Press?
Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah. Are there state funds that we might be able to also tap into if we pass a bond here locally? Do we know that?
I would say not directly to the bond, but we could certainly leverage some of the funds that we're saving. I'm sure Moorpark College, it would be quite a help for the first project Jennifer talked about. So I think it would be a way to leverage our local dollars.
And then going back to a previous conversation, it sounds like the projects that are going to end up on that list are currently part of our master plan.
I would say that there would be ones from our master plan. I also think through the planning process, there could possibly be other things that are identified, and I would like to be helpful, but we would have to prioritize, because I can't imagine that we could get to everything on all our facility master plans.
Okay, thank you.
I vaguely recall at our February planning session, there was a back of the envelope assessment of need throughout the district, and it was quite a large number, much larger than anything we would contemplate for a bond measure. Any Chancellor?
just to the question on timeline and the 12 months to 18 months, one of the things that positions us to be a little bit further along is the capital planning work that's already been done. So that's a big piece. And of course, there's still some work to be done there. And then the consultants that, and I would really appreciate Lisa and the work she's done over the entire month that you've been in this position.
That's my first thing.
And, but it's really interesting when and there, we wouldn't say interview, but we've had conversations with these consultants and they do have similar but different approaches. And the approach that we're really interested in is getting somebody who can really help us understand the varied communities that we have and what the issues are going to be in those communities. So, this is really it's truly a feasibility year. Is this gonna work or not? And we're putting a lot into the work that we're going to be doing with the people that we bring on board to help us with that.
And during the feasibility study, they will also help us determine the dollar amount to be seeking.
Right. At various times, the board individually and collectively has raised the topic of potential general obligation bond measure. And I too have the question in the back of my mind, do we have enough time? I think the window is closing for us to start the work, to begin the feasibility study. And so I'm happy that this item is on our agenda tonight. And I am in full support of moving forward to see what's out there for us, what we can potentially accomplish. So if there are no other questions or comments, is there a motion? Thank you. Trustee Chancellor, is there a second? Trustee Torres seconds. To approve the authorization of district administrative staff to enter into contract negotiations, et cetera. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, 1605, action to approve use of general fund unrestricted unallocated reserves in the amount of 500,000 for contracts with general obligation bond elections and pollster consult firms. And approval of budget amendment. And this state requires a 2/3 vote. Any questions or further comments? If not, is there a motion? Trustee Torres moves. Trustee Lichtel seconds. Thank you. And student trustee.
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None?
Trustee Perez,
Trustee
I
Mann?
have not yet cast my vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But it is my understanding that my fellow trustees have voted aye on this measure. And it is in order to make a statement, I'm going to vote no as a precursor to a no vote in terms of going forward with a bond until we see concrete fulfillment of the promise made to the people of Santa Clara Valley. And I'm looking forward to discussion and action with regard to not one, but two major initiatives. One having to do with academic improvement as well as enrollment, and the acquisition of an appropriate piece of property in that area. So I vote no with that statement.
Appreciate the statement and the clarity. Thank you. So the vote is 4-1. How's everyone feeling? Need a 5-10 minute break? Okay. We will push on. Item 7. Thank you for that. This 1701. A series of items here. Is there a motion?
Trustee Perez,
Trustee Mantu.
I would be willing to make a motion to approve items 17.01 through 17.08 with the concurrence of my fellow trustees.
Trustee Torres. Oh. Okay, Trustee Mantu has moved to take these, they're all related items. 1701 through 1708 in one fell swoop. Is
I'll
there a
second that motion with the opportunity to have a conversation.
Yes, Trustee Lichtel seconds, and I think it'd be helpful if we heard a narrative presentation that incorporates all of these items. Vice Chancellor Barosa.
Thank you, Chair Perez, and thank you, Chancellor McLennan. We have a series of actions here before you that are all related to the activity that has been surrounding our change in health insurance provider. And when I say activity, I'm referring to the numerous benefit information meetings, multiple negotiation meetings with both unions, including a Saturday with AFT, a midnight meeting on a Monday with AFT, evening sessions. And really, I want to echo the appreciation that AFT and SEIU spoke of. It was really hard work, and through collaboration, we're almost there. Item 1701, 02, 03, and 04 on our agenda pertain to the matter of seeking approval from the board to cease CalPERS contracts related to healthcare coverage for faculty, classified staff, non-represented officials, and non-represented employees. You may recall on July 19th, CalPERS disclosed their renewal rates, which were going to be approximately 14% higher. Additionally, they informed us that if we had any plans to terminate our contract with them, we had 60 days to notify them, giving us a deadline of September 15th. So based on those recent negotiations with the bargaining groups, the district is proposing a discontinuation of engagement with CalPERS and entering into CISC, which is noted in item 1705. 1706 is a recommendation for your approval in anticipation of the voting process that is currently underway with AFT and will hopefully result in a ratification of the tentative agreement that was shared with you earlier today. 1707 is a recommendation for approval of the tentative agreement we reached with SEIU, and that was shared with you earlier today as well. And 1708 is a recommendation for approval of a one-time payment for non-represented employees to mirror what is being recommended for AFT.
Thank you. Trustee Lichtel, any questions, comments? Is that helpful?
That was helpful, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate Mr. Mantooth putting forth a recommendation to handle all these together. However, I'm going to make some comments on this topic, which may seem contradictory at the very least, or maybe at odds. I believe it's on. However, it's true that two very diametrically opposed comments or thoughts can be simultaneously true and coherent. And so therefore, I'd like to acknowledge first and foremost the effort through this negotiation process, a process that I wholeheartedly support. And I'm also very confident in commending all of our staff in reaching consensus through collaboration in what I believe is a very important topic that allows the board and the district to move forward with a substantial cost savings. And while I intend to vote yes on all of these items as presented today, and my issue is with the last topic, 17.08, and again, I do that because I think it's in the best interest of the district. I am troubled by the fact that the district will not realize the full savings potential due to an off-scale incentive to some employees, and thereby reducing our initial savings by over $380,000 over the next 6 months. These dollars, I presume, could have been used in a myriad of ways that may have benefited our student success rate and student learning. Again, while I am fully supportive of the process and the importance of moving in the direction as delineated in this agreement, I would have preferred that any discussion related to employee compensation had been addressed outside of this particular process, as it is possible that our district may lag other districts in the area of staff compensation. And that is certainly important to me. Once again, I want to thank all who participated, collaborated, and put a lot of effort into the resolution. As together we do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, I just want to thank all the parties involved. I was a little nervous about seeing the timeline for this and seeing it come through. So, you know, from our chief negotiators, Joey Sanchez, Chancellor, Business Services, HR, Burnham, SEIU, and AFT. The comment, though, I'd like to make is I see it a little bit different, Trustee Lichtel, in a sense that, you know, when there are cost savings embedded in the hurdle of changing benefits and the challenges that are put on the employees to do that, I do see those cost savings then being, I don't want to say given, but allocated for our employees as helping students. I really do. And I see a direct correlation between having competitive wages and amazing benefits as part of the myriad or complexities of student success. So I'm very comfortable with taking cost savings wherever they come through the district and making sure that we have employees that have competitive wages and really solid benefits. So.
Yeah, and I would, and I appreciate that. And I stated, and I fully support the idea that we want to be competitive from a compensation standpoint. I just, again, would have preferred that any compensation, any discussion related to compensation would have been outside of this process, as I think it's more fruitful for us to enter in conversations about compensation in a direct conversation, a negotiation about specifically compensation. This $900 stipend goes to some employees, not all. So not every employee benefits, as you well know. And again, it just felt to me as if those discussions would have been better had outside of this negotiation in particular. And I think, quite frankly, that may have served our employees better from the standpoint of compensation. So like I said, I plan to vote yes on these items. I plan to support the direction that the district has laid out. I believe this is in the best interest of our district. However, this one topic, I would have preferred it, again, outside of this particular arena.
Okay, nothing is ever easy, it seems. And this is one of those instances that proves that point. But I too want to, number one, again, appreciate the complimentary words from the representatives from SEIU and AFT. And I want to return them back, certainly based on what I've heard from our team and our representatives. And, you know, over the years, past boards and this board, you know, has not appreciated when on occasion something is presented to us with a lack of enough time in our view to consider something. Well, this is a case that wasn't of our own doing. It was CalPERS that gave us the short timeline. And, you know, when, and, you know, having been here and gone through that first transformational change of securing health benefits through CalPERS from our previous process. Very traumatic, very difficult for everybody involved. But we got through that, and then to have to revisit that experience so soon was not one that I just was concerned about how it would go off. And so that's why I'm very appreciative of everyone's efforts. Salute to bring us to this point tonight. And you know, it's you know, maybe we would have liked to have done things differently, but a lot of that was out of our control. And I think, you know, when certain emails started coming our way, it gave me not concern, but I just wanted to feel confident, or my confidence to be justified in the end, that we would maintain our promise to our employees that, you know, first do no harm. And I think a lot of that credit goes to the union reps conveying information to their members. Burnham has been spoken of very highly, and I think they've earned their pay, if you will. And I'm glad we're here at this point. So again, I cannot overstate my appreciation for everyone's efforts to getting us here. And so we do have a motion on the floor. Student trustee, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No opposed? None. Thank you. Okay. Item 1801. Accreditation college responses to ACCJC's core inquiries and site visit schedules. Chancellor, who's gonna do this? Well, go ahead.
What you have in your packet is the response to the core inquiries that were college specific as well as district wide. In addition, you have the schedule for the 25th and the 26th of our site visits with the district focused on Monday and the colleges on Monday and Tuesday. Do you have any specific questions?
No, Trustee Torres.
So for the trustees, I'm going to be referencing particularly to the core inquiry that has to do with the board. So I have it on my agenda on page 484, but I know some of you have it electronically. So
Which report is that?
it's the core inquiries. It's going to be on 18.01 and
It's the district core inquiry number 1.
thank you, Dr. Herrera.
It's in all three of them.
Okay.
And it's this exact same one for all three of the colleges that were submitted. I heard the academic senate say that you approve these so for the academic senate presidents that are here present, well, 3 of you are here. Are you still here? Is this something that you review fully, including the board, and this is something that you feel confident submitting and saying this is how we feel and this is what we're presenting forward to the board with these comments? Okay. Okay. And if you read it for the board, some of the comments, so I'm interested in knowing how the discussion comes about and how it's decided. I mean, the academic senate was the only ones that I heard that said that this was, it went through their senate and it was approved. Because I'm just curious because some of the statements that were made here regarding the board, for example, I'm looking at page 485. It says, in order to foster public trust in our institutions and make significant impacts in our community, our trustees must work together as a board to uphold high standards of governance. Without this, we will face continued challenges with employee morale, attracting and retaining talented staff, and cultivating philanthropic support. And it references back to the retreat that took place in February 25th, but that retreat also brought forward the colleges, because what we were seeing was that there was a division between our colleges. There was this competitiveness. And so this is where the districtness arose, and coming together as a district and as a board of trustees, we were going to attend this retreat and we were going to be able to start working, but alongside our colleges, which is why we had leadership actually participate with us in this retreat from the colleges. We had our presidents, we had VPs present there as well. So it was a collective as a district, and it wasn't only the trustees. But when I read this narrative, it makes it seem like this is something just as of the trustees. Then when I look at page 486 towards the last 2 paragraphs where it talks about Dr. Benjamin is going to be coming back. But she's coming back because we're going to continue to cultivate and to foster that relationship with us as trustees to be able to continue moving forward the work of strategic goals, budget, planning, and understanding the work to continue to lead. And the way that I read it here, it says, but to also understand their duties. So this is speaking regarding us trustees to protect the district's interest, reputation, ethical and legal responsibilities. The consultant will lead the board to a stronger understanding on how to quickly and decisively curtail any inappropriate behavior demonstrated by individual trustees. So when I read this statement, this is a statement that's it's not collegial. And so I'm wondering, because this is where we're getting to write something about what has happened since this was submitted up until now. And I've seen a lot of really good work within us as trustees. And when this is being written, it feels very much to me as an opinion. And so now we look to page 487. And if you read the last, 2 paragraphs, or even just that whole box, where is the evidence to the statements that are being made? There's examples. I'd like to know for points 1 and 2, what is the evidence of this that's being stated? And also these last 2 paragraphs seems very just as an opinion. And so to me, when I read this, it tells me what we discussed in February, the whole reasoning of coming together was to be able to have a dialogue within trustees, the staff, to be able to talk. If there's any concerns, we have a conversation. And so none of it has occurred. And so now we come forward and we see an ISA report. There's going to be an update provided. And when I read it, it still feels very much as the first one. And so I asked myself that I know where we are as a board. I've seen the work as a board, but I do have concerns as a district in terms of the way the district is choosing to view, just based on what I'm reading here. So I'm not sure if the Board of Trustees had an opportunity to really look, and it's the same for all three colleges. So I went through all of the core inquiries, and it's very focused just on Board of Trustees. And I have a different perspective on some of the work that Dr. Benjamin's going to do with us. We've all heard from her individually, so I have an idea of, most likely what our workshop's going to be this Friday, and it's tailored to continue the great work. So I'm interested in, and I don't know who can respond to me, how this came about, who can respond to these things, because it's coming to us. We have the interviewers, I can't think of their names, but from the accreditations that are coming on the 25th, and they're going to have conversations with us about this. And for me, I feel very disheartened, to be honest, that this is the first time that I'm reading a document like this and finding out, well, there's this perception and there's this belief, when I believed beginning February 25th in this retreat at Oxnard College, we all sat down around the table and we really talked about bringing our district together, where trustees and staff sat together. It wasn't a dais, and we were going to have a conversation of how we're going to move forward. And it's an inclusive where we're bringing everyone to the table, and we're going to have conversations because we care about our district. We want to present our district in the best light. And if there's any concerns, we're here to support and to make so we can make changes, because this impacts our students. That's what it is. And if you've seen changes with the board and us being that model, is because we love our students, because this is who we serve. We serve our students. We all are here because of our students. And so when I read that this is still a belief to go in a report to each one of our colleges, it concerns me. It disheartens me and it concerns me. And it makes me believe and think, what are we missing? Where is the part that we can have a dialogue? So if people are still feeling this way, that we can find out. So there's something that, I don't know, that we can continue together working on. So I know I've said a lot, and I'm interested in just getting some response or hearing from someone maybe about this process, Chancellor.
Yeah, maybe you want to say something? Well, I was just going to say, this has been an evolving process to get this I guess, final document is the way to call it. And this, I don't think I can adequately respond to all of your comments right now in a satisfactory manner. But one question I can respond to is the site visit team will be having interviews with some or all of us trustees. That's the plan. That's the hope. And that would be your opportunity to convey your feelings and your thoughts and your understanding of where the board is, or how you may differ with what you see in this report. It's, and I don't want to say it's kind of like a he said, she said scenario, but this is what we have. And Chancellor, help me out here.
I thank you, Chair Perez, for the opportunity. I've been dealing with accreditation, Trustee Torres, for a long time, and it's gone through a lot of iterations, and I've been at every possible corner you can get painted into with accreditation. And the only principles that I can say that are constant are honesty is the best policy. And what you're reading, believe me, I've been at the end of this where the medicine has been directed at either at the administration or elements of standards that have been directly under my leadership and ostensibly control. And there were some challenges with what I had to read. It was difficult. But I always went back to again, to that principle that this is feedback that's coming from the organization, measured against standards, and then with evidence to support that. And, you know, whether, well, again,
That's what I'm asking.
well, the evidence for these, everything that is in these core inquiry responses is cited in the responses. And so some of them are electronic links that you can certainly can, look at. This is not the first time this has been made public. It was also made public for the committee meetings, and I'm not expecting everybody to read everything that comes out. But I think that, and I'm encouraged that the board is coming together this Friday to do the work with Helen Benjamin. And I've worked with Chair Perez on the agenda to some extent, and I think it's going to be a good opportunity to actually have this conversation with the board. And I would just encourage the board to have an open and honest conversation about it, and try to understand where this is coming from and what role the board has in or has had historically. I would say that in the year that I've been here, I've seen marked improvement of the board. Occasionally there's some issues over the course of my first year where I've said, we're moving in that direction again of maybe some board, maybe getting into operations, an individual trustee from time to time. So I think there's still board development work to be done. I think it's accurately reflected in here from my perspective. I commend the Senates and all the folks that, work to put this together. Sometimes the feedback that we get is what it is. It's feedback and it's information, and what we do with it is what makes the difference. So I really don't have anything more to offer.
No, I
beyond
think
that.
and thank you for that, Chancellor. I think it's important to know that this is something that you support and that you're in agreement with because of your perspective. I differ. I think that this is an opportunity where there's a selected few that have the opportunity to provide their evidence or their information. I'm really looking forward when we ask our entire college community and survey, and we have our town halls as trustees, to also get a sense of the work that we're doing. And the reason I say this is because as trustees, we do our board policy. I know that there's things in order that we need to ask the how. The operations is the how. I'm not going to dictate how you do your work, but I do want to know as a trustee how you're doing things. And I have a right to ask as a trustee to ask, how are you doing things? Because that will help me with my what. And that has been mistaken as operational. And I have learned so much from some of the trainings that Oxnard College had. They had the academic senate come from the state level and share a lot of the things that we're asking and doing. We're within our right. And participatory governance process, it's through AB 1725, and it's a participatory process. There's an entitlement, but at the end, the decision comes to the board. And so because we're responsible for any decision that we make, they're going to come to us. And so I know in the past, I heard that there was trustees that at times were invited to have a conversation and discuss a couple of things. I know for the accreditors, and that's one of the things that I've spoken to other people at the table, that there is concerns that we don't have a trustee as an accreditor. And I know that the ACCJC also expressed that that was something that they are working on, because then you have a perspective that's lacking a view, which is a trustee. So with that, I don't need to say anymore. There are some areas here that I would like to see some evidence. And I do have to say that for myself and my perspective, I was very disheartened to read it, but it's okay. It's good to know what people, what they're believing and what they're thinking. And also it's important for people on the other end to listen to the board when there's areas within the systems and structures and processes that we are also looking into and seeing how can systemically we start impeding some of the barriers that we might unintentionally have. So just as we receive the information, my hope is within the district and our systems and structures from Board of Trustees, that they're also open and being willing to listen to us and not take it as, oh, there's a trustee wanting to go into operations when on the contrary, it's simply a trustee trying to understand more. So I'm not going to belabor this, but I'm hoping that the value on both ends to work together and to see where we can improve goes both for trustees and within our district. Thank you.
Thank you. This is an informational item. And we will be getting our schedules sometime soon, hopefully, to the board. Okay, thank you. The schedule. All right.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's
Trustee Shancer, I'm
late. and
sorry.
I'm going to save my comments for Friday, but one of the things that really stood out to me is when we do our meeting evaluations and we go around the dais and everyone says, it was a good meeting. Things went well. Things went smooth. There seems to be a disconnect from that evaluation to what's in here. And that's one of the confusing parts for me as I read that I'm eager to sort of bring up on Friday and kind of explore that.
Okay, perfect.
In our town hall, where I'd like to hear from everybody.
Open your mic.
Oh. And with that, I'm really looking forward to planning, and if there's a committee to do like the town halls that we talked about it before, and going to our colleges and hearing from our different constituents about the board, and that would be part of our evaluation. So we're hearing from everybody who's part of our community college district.
Okay, thank you all. Item 1802, which was on the committee report, the past committee report, and this is the past committee report. And well done, Trustee Chancellor.
I'd like to give some time to this, but it's really late. Is there any possibility we could bring this to our next meeting?
Vice Chancellor.
We can always bring it
Yeah,
back. We will have another report for next month also.
Okay, I just have some questions and my brain's getting a little sleepy.
Okay. And you're always welcome, as you heard earlier from it is late, I'm blanking on your name, Kathy. To submit your questions through the chancellor too. Okay. And that might even be helpful in facilitating any subsequent discussion. 1901, Chancellor's Report. We read them.
It is getting late. Well, I guess I'll make it brief. I want to add my appreciation to everybody who's involved in the negotiation process, the unions, staff, everybody, and as Laura has already described, the late night meetings, the putting everything else to the side of running a district and colleges to get to the place that we got with the negotiation, to get to the outcome of the negotiations was beyond impressive. And I just want to highlight that it really takes the relationships that have been developed between the parties that were at the negotiation table to get there. And it's not always that every head in the room is, cool, but eventually those relationships matter, and the trust that's built over time matters. And you see that in the outcome that we talked about tonight. I also want to, I just want to commend and impress upon the board, if every month I take the time to go through this book and read, and we all do, I hope, read all the reports and all of the agenda items. And that's a lot of work to go through this book. It takes a lot of time. Can you imagine the effort, the collective effort that it takes to do all of this stuff that creates these reports and these agenda items? And I am impressed beyond words of the amount of professionalism and effort and collegiality that goes into making this district work. And you see a little snapshot of it in this board book every month. And it's day in, day out, irrespective of having a incredibly short timeline for a massive negotiation to take place and drop everything, but still do this stuff and produce the outcomes, especially in the president's reports on some of the incredible achievements that are happening on our college campuses, and to achieve those outcomes consistently day in and day out, month after month, is incredibly impressive. And it's not lost on me, and I hope it's not lost on the board. I really do. The only other thing that I'll close with is, of course, I'm disappointed in the position that we just discussed earlier. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do between tonight and next month's board meeting to make that different, but I would really appreciate any input from the board on what I would need to do. I do want to thank the board for those board members who have given me questions prior to a board meeting in order for me to address them. I never want to push away any public discussion about important topics around policy or direction of the district. That's obviously very important, and it's what the role of this meeting is supposed to do. But if there are questions that I can answer, I'm going to again invite the board and all board members to reach out to me before the board meeting. If there's an issue of conflict, if there's an issue of disagreement, if you have something that you'd like me to respond to, I'm very, very happy. I will move mountains to respond to those questions, those inquiries, requests for information, or points of view ahead of time to help inform your work at this meeting. I guess I just throw that invitation out again. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Item 19.02, Board of Trustees request for reports. Last meeting I had it well intended to have on this agenda item a previously used report that lists the various reports requested. I did send you a sample. I don't know if you have a busy job now, but I did look through the records and I found, I sent it to you too. So between now and the next meeting, maybe you can look for that and see if you remember that's the same kind of document that I sent. 2001 board. Yes, Trustee Chancellor, sorry.
It came out of the joint meeting with the Personnel Commission, but I'd like to put on our agenda the policy that we have when a group of employees or an employees leave the side of the house of the Personnel Commission and then go to that final interview and background check that potentially can be one supervisor. It just doesn't seem to be a best practice that a final interview would be with one person, and that same person may in fact do the background check that does not have an HR background. So I'd like to explore that.
Are you clear?
I'm not sure what that means. If you want to.
Well, the personnel.
There's a report. I'm not sure.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess maybe some further details. I'd like to see if there's board consensus to, if there's an interest on further details of that.
But let me say this. I think this is a perfect example of where if you had a conversation with the chancellor on that point that you're raising to provide clarity to what your concerns are with what you heard about the process at the joint meeting, maybe then we would have a better idea of what might go on an agenda or what kind of report might be.
Okay. I just know if I go to the chancellor, I don't know, we can talk offline. I just want to make sure the full board is behind even my question, because there are some questions I have. That's all. And I didn't know about them until tonight, the joint. So.
Okay, fair enough.
We can talk
Yeah.
later.
I think, Josh, I think the first issue is that our common practice? And I don't know that it is. I don't know if that's in our policy. So I hear what Chair Perez is saying, is that, maybe a further discussion behind the scenes, one-on-one with either the chancellor or staff could answer that question for you.
I'd also be curious if we have such a policy that would address that particular detail. I don't recall seeing one, but it might be more.
Yeah, I don't either. And that's why I think a deeper conversation with the chancellor might be helpful to either. Well, it would be helpful. Okay. Okay, 2001, meeting evaluation. Student trustee. What do you think?
I want to sleep.
Pardon?
I
Yes.
think it was a really good
What
meeting.
time's your morning class tomorrow?
12, I think. But I have to wake up for the kids.
And is your mic on?
Yes, it is. I think it was a really good meeting and I liked the conversation going and I did learn so much more about the budget. I do have questions, but I will direct them to you at a later moment.
Okay, trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, I think that in our system of governance nationally, which we're a microcosm of, I think it's intentionally slow. And I know that sometimes that can be frustrating, but at the same time, I think it leads to great outcomes. And I do think the negotiations that occurred related to the insurance benefits is a great outcome. So again, thank you to all those. But I do want to say that sometimes we misinterpret disagreement with being oppositional. And I think disagreement is part of our process. It's part of the democratic process. And I quite frankly welcome it. The only way we grow is through different thoughts and different opinions and learning from others. So each meeting, I feel that our communication is professional and on target. And so I commend the board for that. Again, Chair Perez, as usual, I think you run a very efficient and effective meeting. You've obviously had a lot of practice at doing so. And the interaction with staff is always positive. So from that standpoint, Josh, yes, the meeting was great. Oh, by the way, do you all go to bed at 9? Because everybody's complaining about how late it is. And I'm looking up, I'm going, it's not even midnight yet.
Trustee Mantu.
I think trustee Lichtel stole a little bit of my thunder and that's always fine. I think it was a good meeting because we got our business done. And when we get that, when that happens, it's always a good meeting. Maybe not every single one of our items of business. And it is literally the 11th hour, but that's a reflection on the size and content of the agenda. Lots going on. In my previous world, it was very bureaucratic. But when I came to take a position here with the colleges, I was really amazed at how slow those wheels grind, even compared to K-12. And I am really happy to see an outcome like the one that everyone is applauding with various groups getting together to move in a direction that not only saves money, but maintains parity of medical benefits and getting it done in a timeline that was literally forced upon us by a monolithic organization. And I too appreciate disparate points of view. And, it doesn't mean that we can't like each other, even though we don't always agree.
Thank you. Trustee Torres.
I just want to echo what's been already said. It was so well said. I want to say to our board, I really feel and sense our love and and I'm going to call it that love, where we're able to have our good conversations come together, run our meetings. And that I have completely learned to respect and to love every single one of you. And that for me to say that, it's huge, right? There's that piece, we work together and we still like each other, but then there's that love and the work that we're doing with our district. And every single time we come together, I feel that sense. A shout out to the Human Resource Department. Always the wonderful work, the long hours that only you know how much you put in there, but to be able to hear from our collective bargaining units, also the work that they've put in, and to be able to also say what a wonderful process goes to show about that consensus and that who we want to be. Even though it's difficult, we come to a place where, okay, this is what feels right. The professionalism, Laura, I know you're wearing your mask, but the smile and the happiness of always just, no, but always of just like, where are we going to push DEI, the diversity, and that's very commendable. So I wanted to make sure that I also recognize the amazing, great work that happened in such a short amount of time.
Trustee Chancellor.
I thought it was a fantastic meeting. A couple of things that stood out, and, you know, just as I advocated with these evaluations, it made me think of when I had the questions about 419, as he should. Our chancellor was quick to defend his staff on some of the language that I took away from it. And I was quickly able to be like, look, I'm not arguing any of the validity. This is just new to me. And I got some questions. And so it's nice that I think we can both do our job, you know, and that's the hard work of the operation side, and then of our role as oversight and improving a budget. I also want to recognize something I heard that I don't often hear, and I really want to applaud it. And that was from Ventura College, and it was a paradox. It was the fourth highest in the state of graduation rates, but also recognizing that even within that wonderful feat, there's great work to be done with our men of color, for example. And that really stood out to me, because that's a culture change even at this board level, for us to hear some of the challenging work that lies. Doesn't mean the organization isn't doing its job. It just means that they're identifying the work that they need to do and that we want to support. So I just was very grateful for that.
Thank you. And Trustee Chancellor, I caught that same paradox as you mentioned, but it's good that all three colleges, but certainly in Dr. Hoffman's presentation, she certainly recognized that, acknowledges that, and I'm sure they're working on that, as she said. Communication, I want to thank staff. The reports were very informative. You know, I think I only asked clarifying questions, you know, and you know, what I encourage you to keep anticipating what the board might be thinking and asking and or wanting, and you guys are doing that. It helps us get through such an agenda tonight with that presented to us, and thanks for the turnaround with all that was going on here in the district. Turn around with the responses to my questions. The process, I think we kept on point about the process. And even though there was a question about was a process followed, I appreciated the chancellor's explanation, and we'll see what comes next month. But we were focused. Yeah, we got a lot of work done tonight, and important work and decisions. You know, it's I think the decisions that we arrived at were respected by each of us toward each other, and being collegial doesn't mean that we're going to be in unanimous unanimity of thought and decision, but I think we had good discussion. We had, as I said earlier, good information on which to base our decisions. We complied with the ground rules. The only other feedback I want to offer is I think one important piece of information was missing from the president's report of Oxnard College. Don't you have someone on your team that is recently recognized as an education leader of the year by El Concilio, Latino Leadership Awards? So I think it bears stating.
Apologize for missing that. So yeah, we have Marcos Rodriguez. He's going to be recognized at El Concilio. We're very proud of him. He works in our Welcome Center. He does an amazing job. He does our campus tours. He just does such a great job of connecting to our local area youth and our young men, all students actually. So we're happy that he's going to be recognized. And also, Swap Me Justice will be recognized. As you know,
That's right.
that is an organization that started at Oxnard College and now branched out into Ventura College and doing good work to promote all the different support services in the community on campus once a month. So we're proud that those two agency, that individual and that agency will be recognized.
Thank you.
I thought you were going to mention our baseball player.
I pointed that out to you earlier. I tipped him. Go ahead and finish the story.
So we also had a former Oxnard College baseball player who had his first debut as a pitcher with the Atlanta Braves. So we're very proud of him. So, and they won. And tonight, Oxnard College soccer beat Mount Sac. Well, actually, they tied Mount Sac 1-1. So another good news. That's a win.
All right. So at future meetings, the other colleges are going to look for their star athletes or celebrities to include in their reports. Well, with that, let's end before the yeah, what's for breakfast, the chancellor is asking. Thanks again, everybody. Have a great rest of your evening and onward. Meetings adjourned.